Traders, how are we all doing today? Welcome back to the best trading chat room in the world, because you guys and girls make it the best. But happy Money Monday! Woo! Yeah, baby, it is Money Monday, April 4th, 9 o'clock in the morning, and it's official. I can finally say this. I held off on Friday. I'm going to say it today. Today marks the start of a brand new month and a brand new week and a brand new day full of what? Brand new opportunities. So ladies and gentlemen, regardless of what happened in the month of March, all right, good or bad, break even, red, extremely profitable, guess what? March is in the past. We have officially wrapped up March. It was a great month. And again, we went mad with profits. March Madness, we went mad with some profits inside the chat. So good job and good work, team. Carried that momentum. That's the only thing I want you taking with you from March. I don't want you taking greed and fear and FOMO and just cockiness, right? I want you to leave all that in the past. I want you to learn from your month, whether it was a good month, break even, or bad. Learn from it. Bring some tips with you, like little rules, some tips, and bring that momentum, baby. Carry that momentum from March into April, because with April comes April showers, and I promise, guys, it's going to be raining with some profits here inside the chat. So once again, traders, good morning. Happy Money Monday. I hope you guys had a wonderful weekend. I hope you guys are having an even better Money Monday morning, and that you guys are fired up, ready to hit it hard and start April officially today. And hit it hard and lock in some great consistent profits and do what we did in March, but even better for the month of April, guys. So what's up, Arlene? Good morning. Trendy Trader, do you guys hear an echo? One sec. If you guys hear an echo, uno momento, por favor. Okay? If you guys are hearing an echo, maybe it's because I have go live somewhere else. Let me know, guys. You guys getting an echo? No. All right, do a quick little refresh, and maybe that'll help. Kids King's like, oh, it's gonna be raining with profits. Let's go. All right, Abby, what's up? Kids King, Steve, Jay, Cohen, Arlene, Trader Adam, Trendy, Big B, Nick, Steve. Woo, J-Dos, Angel, Steve, AJ, One Top, Cool One, Barbie, Winston, Chris. Oh my gosh, I can't say everybody's name. I run out of breath. Spaz, Jeff, oh my goodness, Steve, Dougie Fresh. What's up, traders? Good morning. Happy Money Monday morning. Everybody over on YouTube, hit me with a big old good morning as well. We got Eric over on YouTube, Joey, John, David, Luxury Trims. What's up, Brian? Oh my gosh, here we go. Mutaz, you were not in the stream on Friday, and I was really upset because I couldn't say your name the way I like saying your name. Mutaz, what's up, buddy? Ed Nevis, the man, the myth, the legend. Ken, what's up, John and Joey? Good morning. Let's dive into it, guys. It's 9:05. There's a lot to talk about today. There really is. You know, I'm trying to clean up the watch list the best I can, right? Because right now there's like 13 stocks on the watch list and 13 stocks that have pretty decent opportunity. But what's our goal in the morning? Eliminate the noise, right? Focus on the 3 to 5 stocks that really have the best potential, right, to make profits. Not 20 stocks, like 2 stocks, right? It really helps simplify the trading process. You get to know one stock, how it's moving, really just get to know it, right? And you can trade the stock better. You just put you one step ahead. So right now, let's try and clean this watch list up if we can, right? We're going to talk about the top stocks I want to be watching right out of the gates, and then talk about some of these back burners, and maybe we can eliminate some of this noise together as a team and really just clean that watch list up and really narrow it down to maybe 5 stocks at most compared to the 13 that we have right now, guys. So we're not going to waste any time. We're going to dive right into it because we have about, what, 24 minutes until the market opens. And you guys know me, I'm very thorough, and sometimes it takes me like 5 minutes to go through each stock, but we're going to be very thorough today. We're going to get through it. We're going to have some fun, and we're going to make it happen. ACER, guys, ACER. Right now at this point in time, and also bear with me, my TD Ameritrade has been acting very, very funky today. So ACER, what do we got going on here? This morning, dropping a press release. ACER Therapeutics granted FDA breakthrough therapy designation. ACER up 30%, trading 4 million shares. On average, it trades 60,000. We have great volume. Nice low float stock. It's 12 million in flow. We have a good press release. We have a catalyst. Right now, ACER from $3 to $4. Definitely a top stock that we should be watching today. We have the news, we have the volume, nice low float stock. I want to point one thing out about ACER. Look at the past, right? We always look left when we see a stock gapping up. What do? We go through the process. Is there news? What's the float? What's the volume? Is it a watch list worthy stock? Yes, it goes on the watch list. Then what do? We start doing our due diligence. We get prepared. So what do we start with? Higher time frames, monthlies, weeklies. I personally go with a daily chart, and I look left, because history tends to repeat itself. If I see a lot of resistance from 5 years ago, it's probably going to be resistance today. If I see a lot of support going 5-10 years back, it's probably going to be support today. But also, history likes to repeat itself. Like LGVN, it was a supernova stock. What are we starting to see? Some big time action because traders think it could do what it did before. So when we go look at like ACER, for example, what do we notice about this stock that's just a little, right? Kind of doesn't really excite you too much, right? When the stock gaps up, right, a substantial gap up, what does it do? It has a red day. Gaps up substantially. What does it do? Has a red day. Gaps up. What does it do? It has a red day. Gaps up. What does it do? It has a red day, right? There's been one time where we've seen the stock gap up and it wasn't a red day. Right here, gapped up, green day, but the next day, red. So again, look at that. Gap up, red day. Gap up, red day, gap up, red day, gap up, red day. Now the stock does move, but these aren't substantial gap ups. Tiny little gap up, big green day, right? Not gapping up, decent green day. So just looking at the past, right? Past chart history, history tends to repeat itself. Traders see that every time the stock gaps up, it dumps. Gaps up, it dumps. Gaps up, it dumps. What do you think could happen today? Right, we are gapping up pretty decently, right? We're gapping up like 80 to 90 cents. What could we see? Quick little spike and then a big dump on off. So just be mindful. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm saying it could happen. We just got to be mindful about these things. That's why we do our due diligence and we start with our daily time frames and look left. What's happened in the past, right? What's happened in the past? So right now you do have $3.88 to $4 resistance, right? Kit's King throwing a dump truck inside a chat. $3.88 to $4 resistance. Support's all the way back down at $3.10. So if we can't break and hold over $4, we'll probably see it dump on off the $3.10. However, if we can break and hold over 4, there's a lot of resistance overhead, but it could make a move potentially up to 5, right? But you do have $4.17 resistance, $4.40 resistance, $4.57 resistance, right? Then you have $4.78 resistance, and then you can get to $5. So if we do have a decent little green day with ACER, it is going to be a little bit of a choppy ride along the upside, right? I would say choppy because you can see pops and drop, pop, drop, pop, drop. It's going to take some time. Don't expect to go from $4 to $5 in one candle. There's just a lot of resistance overhead that it's going to take some time to get through these levels, hold those levels, and move up to another level of resistance if we do see a green day with ACER. But first things first, breaking and holding above $4 is a good sign. We could actually have a green day versus seeing this dump on back down like it's done 80% in the past. So we will be watching ACER. PLX number 2, right? PLX. Woo! Currently at 41%, trading 14 million shares on average. This stock trades 300,000, right? So we're gapping up pretty decently. Great volume, right? Nice lower float stock. It's not the lowest float stock, but it's a schmedium, right? Schmedium float stock. That's 36 million in float. So we could see the stock rip and run a little bit. And what's going on with PLX this morning? So PLX, they announced top line results. That's the key word. Announcing top line results from their pivotal phase 3 trials that have been going on for about 24 months or 2 years. So PLX, we have a nice gap up. Fantastic volume. Nice medium float with a nice strong catalyst. We definitely want to be watching PLX today, team. All right, so PLX, the best of the best of the best support is back down at 120. So if we see the stock open and drop, 120 support right now on PLX. That's not only some of last week's, it's not even last week, it was the week prior. A lot of resistance on the daily chart. You can see it right there at 120, but also the 200 SMA. So when we're below the 200 SMA, we can see it holds as resistance. When we're above that moving average, right, in this case, the 200 SMA, it could hold as support. And that support level lines up with some prior resistance as well. So with PLX, if we do see it open and start dumping on off, we could come as low as 120. We do have some light support right around 129. And right now, it's really trying to hold that 140 on up, right? So what I would be looking for here on PLX is a simple break and hold over 160 to get this thing going. Simple break and hold over 160, guys. We could start to see that leg up to 175. All right, anything over 175, we do have room to 205 on PLX. And if we ever break over that 205, we could see this thing really take on off to 228, all the way up to 260. And I mean, you do have a little bit of a gap that needs to be filled up towards around $3. Not saying it's going to get there, but it could. Right? Last week, what did we see? IGMS, right? We had a gap fill at $45. When we saw it, it was at 15 bucks, right? And so when we saw it was like $15, $16, like it has potential to get to 30, 40, 50 bucks. Where did it get to? Like $36. And we're like, wow, that was a big time move. Anything could happen in the market. Not saying it's going to happen, but we need these levels marked up just in case the stock does start squeezing and start ripping. So right now, breaking and holding over 160, that looks good. We're showing some strength for a break and hold over 160. We have room to 175, 205, 228, 260, and then potentially filling that gap in the high twos right underneath $3. And again, support right now, the best support would be back down towards around that 120 to 129-ish level here on PLX. So right now, definitely thinking this is a top stock that we should be watching. We have the nice medium float, great volume, nice gap up, currently number 2 on the leaderboard. And we do have a strong catalyst to support a nice big move today here on PLX, guys. All right, then we got SPI. I do like SPI a lot as well. SPI is up 30%. SPI is trading 3.6 million shares on average. It trades 500,000. So we're trading, what, 6 times the average volume today in pre-market. Nice low float stock, 17.9 million in float. And SPI is not dumping on off. It's actually really trying to hold that 355 level of support. So what's going on with SPI? So Friday, they announced some news. Just record revenue, right? Record revenue, $162 million in 2021. And they surged 33% there in post-market. Opening up this morning, slight gap down, quick little pop to 417. And since then, just kind of consolidating, finding support, and we found really nice support right there at 355. So what I would say is breaking that VWAP and breaking 380, we could see this up to 4 and then 417 over on SPI. Anything over 417, guys, we do have some nice room to that 200-day moving average at $4.60. However, if we do start cracking below that 350 to 355 level, it has room to fall all the way back down to 312. So if you guys are in SPI, I'd be placing stops below 350, because why would you want to hold it from 350 all the way down to 312? Doesn't make any sense, right? I would stop out, let it pull back, set back up for me, and then look for a re-entry, probably, right? So SPI, not looking bad at all. I really like SPI. Record revenue, low float stock, good volume, currently gapping up 30%, showing some strength above that 355 level. Breaking above 380, potential to 4 and then 417. And then anything over 417, we do have room up to that 460 level, which is that 200-day moving average. So right now, SPI is definitely a top stock that I want to be watching right out of the gate. And then lastly, I would say the last top stock that we're going to be watching for penny stocks is going to be RCAT, RCAT. All right, so last time RCAT dropped a press release, right? it had something to do with like Ukraine and their drones. I don't remember exactly what it was, but RCAT had a nice big green day. I mean, this stock went from like 190 all the way up towards around 292, about $1 move on RCAT. So what's going on with RCAT this morning? Why is it up 23%? Why is it trading 3 times the average volume today in pre-market? Nice low float stock as well, 29 million in float. Well, RCAT this morning dropping a press release that Teal Drones secured a purchase order for Golden Eagle drone units from a NATO member for immediate deployment into Ukraine. So last time we saw a very similar press release, we had a decent little day on RCAT. So definitely want to be watching RCAT. We got a good press release. Nice low float stock, right? 30 million in float. We could see it rip and run. We have good volume and a decent little gap up, currently up 23%. Bottom support right now is right at 223 on RCAT. Top resistance, 251. So we're pretty far away from support, about 20 cents away from support, and about 10 cents away from resistance. Now, why is 251 resistance? Right? It's the 200-day moving average. So if we can break and hold above 251, that shows some strength. I start to get interested with RCAT. We could see it up towards around 272 and then up towards around 292. So there is some great potential today with RCAT, but that 251 level may be very, very tough. And I'm not going to be looking to chase the stock for a breakout over the 200-day moving average. I don't want to be the guinea pig today, right? It's a brand new month. It's a brand new week. It's a brand new day. We don't know what the market conditions are going to be like. We'll start to get an idea of market conditions within the first 30 minutes of the day. So the last thing I'm going to do is chase breakouts if stocks are not going to break out. But if we see stocks breaking out left and right, it's safe to say that the next good breakout trade, we could probably take it and be on the winning side because that's market conditions. But right now, definitely not going to be the guinea pig. I'd rather sit back and wait for a break, a retest. That's going to show some strength and then get involved up to 272 and then 292 on RCAT. And again, bottom support right now, 223. So those are the 4 top stocks that we will be watching today, right? ACER, PLX, SPI. Yeah, TD again is kind of messed up today. And then RCAT. Those are going to be the top 4 stocks that I recommend that we're watching right out of the gate today. Now I have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stocks on the back burner, right? I'm going to start with the first stock that I like the most, right? So the one stock I like the most that's currently on the back burner watch list. We got TMC, guys, right? So TMC. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. It's Chase. Can I eat these? All right, I'm going to get back to work, okay? I'll see you later. Hey, love, you want to shut my door for me? Thanks. What a sweet kid. She brought me some Paw Patrol gummies, right? Some Paw Patrol fruit snacks. So I'm going to have some fruit snacks for breakfast. TMC. I like this one a lot, and I give props to whoever it was over on TikTok. I didn't come across this stock. Someone on TikTok said, hey, what do you think about TMC? I like TMC. Why do I even like TMC? Someone tell me what we see with TMC that looks really appealing right now. Does anybody see what I see? Because I see some action possibly with TMC. Anybody? Possible mid-candle breakout, right? Possible mid-candle breakout. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Great action to the upside, right? From around 150, hitting highs of 288. 280, right? But increased volume Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Gap down, light volume day on TMC, right? Right in the middle of that prior day. A little bit of a mid-candle breakout. I like the increased volume Monday through Thursday. I'm digging the gap down with decreased volume there on Friday. We're actually gapping up in pre-market. So we're actually starting to form the potential mid-candle breakout. So what I would say is if TMC can stay above that 257 level, yeah, I would say right around, Friday's close. Let's actually bring this down to Friday's open. So I'm looking at Friday's high, right around 257. And we can see that Friday's high is a pretty good level of support in pre-market. But we could dip a little bit lower, and we can come down towards around 255, right? 255 being Friday's open. So as long as we're holding above that 255 to 257, we could see this mid-candle breakout play out today, right? We have potential up towards around 281, right? 281, which is Friday's high. I'm sorry, Thursday's spiking high, right around 281. And then looking right at the daily chart, we would have room to $3 natural resistance, and then we could see it up towards around 315 on TMC. So one of my most favorite back burner stocks at this point in time would be TMC for this possible mid-candle breakout. Again, we'd really like to see it hold above that 255 to 257, see it open, get some great volume off that level. We have room to 281, $3, and then 315 for the possible mid-candle breakouts on TMC. FRGE, all right, FRGE, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Again, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, my bad. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, just absolutely explosive. Got explosive on Wednesday. We opened up, we ripped up to a new all-time high on Thursday, red day, and then Friday, red day. What I notice is we're just pulling back, right? Pullbacks, profit taking are normal. They're healthy, right? And I want to see pullbacks on decreasing volume. Intraday, daily, doesn't matter. If I see a stock pulling back, no matter what the time frame is, I want to see that pullback on decreased volume into a prior level of resistance to hold as new support. So what we see with FRGE is, again, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, nice action to the upside. Wednesday, very big volume day. Thursday, Friday, pulling back, decreased volume into some of these prior spiking highs on FRGE. So what I'm looking for here on FRGE is for us to start bouncing off one of these prior highs, right? Start bouncing and see volume move in above 2685 or come down to 2463, start bouncing and see some volume move in. We could start to see a slight reversal on FRGE, and FRGE is still on a lot of traders' radars because, again, this stock ripped from $20 to $47 in just 2 days. So I guarantee there's still traders looking at FRGE to see if it has any juice left in it. So again, nice big rip, healthy pullback into prior resistance, new support. We're sitting back waiting to see what takes place at or near one of these levels of support. And if we ever set up intraday and we see that volume return, we could see some great action on FRGE. So right now we will be watching FRGE on the back burner. Watching BKKT as well, right? So BKKT, some great action, pulling back over the last 6 trading sessions, right back down into prior resistance, new support, decreasing volume, also pulling back into the 20 EMA. Now, when we see these nice big breaks and these nice healthy pullbacks into prior resistance, new support, and you also have a moving average there as well, you could see a nice little bounce and a nice little continuation. And you're like, what do you mean, a nice bounce and a nice continuation? Well, look at MULN, right? MULN, some great action on up, pulling back, decreased volume, healthy, into prior resistance, new support, as well as the 20 EMA. What happened with MULN? Boom, we got a nice big bounce and a nice little attempted continuation on MULN. At least that one day was really aggressive, really nice push to the upside. So when we look at BKKT, same concept, nice big grind on up, healthy pullback into prior resistance, new support, also the 20 EMA. So I definitely want to keep the stock on watch above 610, right? As long as we don't drop below 610, we could see some action here with BKKT. And where I really think some volume can really start stepping on in would be over 650. So 610 bottom support, 650 top resistance. Breaking over 650 is where I would expect to see some volume really come back into BKKT. And then technically speaking, we have room to 769 on BKKT. So again, right now, there's not volume, there's no news, but we definitely want to be watching BKKT to see if we do get that nice little daily bounce, daily reversal for a possible continuation over 650 up into that 769 level. So BKKT, definitely a back burner I want to keep on watch. Same thing with MULN, guys. MULN's gapping up a little bit, but here's the thing with MULN. This stock is choppy intraday, right? You see great setups with MULN, they fail. Then you get the worst setup in the world, and it rips. It's just a weird stock, right? From a setup perspective, from a consistent playing out with these strategies and formations, it's not consistent. It's a challenging stock. I wouldn't be looking to really day trade this. I'd be looking to swing trade it, and here's why. Right, so again, we had that nice big moving average squeeze. We squeezed on out, $4. Nice healthy pullback into prior resistance, new support, into the 20 EMA as well. Nice big green day there on Wednesday. We pulled back Thursday and Friday. We're coming back down into the 20 EMA, number one. We do have this uptrend, number 2, and we have this downtrend, number 3. So we are in an uptrend, and we are squeezing inside of this little bit of a wedge, a little bit of this triangle formation. You can see it on the daily. You throw this into a 1-hour time frame, you can see it even better. So I mean, look at this, nice uptrend, nice downtrend. It may not play out today, tomorrow, or even Wednesday, but it could start breaking out of this downtrend off uptrend supports, as well as that 20 EMA support. We could actually continue to see the stock rip and run. Here's another thing I want to point out. Has a high short interest. Again, we're going back to March 15th, but about 40% of the float is currently short on MULN. Trendy trader in chat likes it long term, right, as an EV play. High short interest. There's a lot of consistency here. There's a lot of attention here. The stock has been consistently moving since, mid-February. So for the past 45 days, it's performed well from 52 cents all the way to $4. It's not dumping on off. It looks clean. It looks consistent. There's a lot of momentum behind MULN. So from a day trade standpoint, you probably won't see me day trading MULN, but you may see me swing trading MULN. Maybe starting the position today, tomorrow, Wednesday. We're looking for that 20 EMA to hold on up. We're looking for that trend line to hold on up. And we're looking for a higher low to kind of set on in, a higher low to form, break that downtrend. We could see it back up to 4, 5, 546. And then technically speaking, we could see it all the way up to that 200 SMA at 730. And something that stands out to me besides the technicals, besides the momentum, besides that higher low breakout that we're looking for is if it does start breaking out and it does start ripping again, from as of March 15th, right? That could be different right now today, but as of March 15th, 42% of the float was short, and we could see a little bit of a short squeeze with MULN, all right? So there's a lot of reasons to be watching MULN today, tomorrow, and this week, and maybe even next week and next month. We definitely want to be watching MULN for those reasons that we just talked about. So that's another top back burner stock that I want to be watching. May not do anything today, but there is a lot of potential this week, all right? LGVN, real quick, you got about a minute to go, minute 50 to go. LGVN is also a stock on watch, right? Right now, we're gapping down a little bit into prior support. So if we hold above 1350 or 1380 and we see support, we see volume, that could be an area that you start getting your feet wet with LGVN, right? If you crack below 1350, I'd be out completely. Why is that? Below 1350, we have room to fall down to 1190. Below 1190, we have room to fall down to 1071. So what I'm looking for on LGVN is just simple support, right? Come down, hold that level, double bottom, we sow volume, something that signals, hey, this is support, buyers are here, we're gonna move higher, right? Right around that 1350 to 1380, we could see it back up into the 16s on LGVN. So definitely a stock that I wanna be watching, but right now, currently on the back burner, just looking to see how we open on up. Are we going to hold 1350 and 1380? Are we going to set up? If so, let's make it happen, because we know LGVN is a stock that rips, and it's a stock that could rip again today. So let's keep it on watch. And then lastly, CLVS. All right, so CLVS is another stock that was moving last week. We gapped up, didn't do too much on Thursday. Nice little green day on Friday, and we are gapping up from 250 to 263 here in pre-market. So support right now, 250. Top resistance right here at 272. If we break 272 on CLVS, we could see 287, 314, and then 332. So again, we got about 20 seconds to go. I'm not gonna really dissect this the way I dissected TMC. Not gonna dissect this the way I dissected FRGE or even MULN, because again, those stocks are better. Those stocks look more appealing. I want to really be thorough with those. CLVS, maybe. BKKT, maybe. LGVN, maybe. We know they're on our watch list. We know we're going to keep an eye on them, see if they set up, and if they do, you guys know how we do it inside a chat. We break down the setup. We get you guys educated on the setup, how they form, how they play out, help you build your plans, and then enter those trades with an educational backing. Right? So again, we have a lot of stocks on the back burner, right? We have a lot of stocks that are worth watching right out of the gates, and the market's officially open, right? So right now, let's get set, ready to rock and roll. Let's have an awesome day, and let's start the very first week of April on a strong and profitable note. And we did good on Friday. We locked in some great prots on Friday. Let's do it again today, team, all right? Let's do it again today. So again, ACER, what do we know about ACER? It likes to gap up and give a lot of its gains back. So right now, if it can't break and hold above that $4 level, you can see it all the way back down at 310 on ACER. Again, PLX was one of the top stocks that we were watching today out of the gate. Breaking and holding over 160 is where I start getting interested with PLX, up to 175 and then $2. And again, SPI has support down around 350 to 355. And then RCAT support at 223. But right now, PLX is the #1 stock that we should be watching right now out of the gate. Good news. Medium float, great volume. Again, PLX right now is definitely a good stock to be watching right now at this point in time, guys. So PLX. Yared, what's up, buddy? I am doing fantastic. Appreciate it. How are you doing, buddy? So PLX up on the live stream, TMC off to the side for the possible mid-candle breakout formation, right? Which we've already started that mid-candle here in pre-market. So as long as we hold 257 on TMC, start breaking above that 275 to 280, that's when we could really start to see TMC taking on off, guys. Yeah, TD is really weird today. So yeah, right now, out of everything that's currently moving in the first 2 minutes, the top stock right now at this point in time, PLX, guys. If you have another stock that you think is I was reading the message as I was talking. I saw Chris's message. Fat fingered the entry key, the enter key. I was like, if anybody sees any other fat finger, let me know. Because I was reading his message as I was speaking. I was like, man, I almost said, if anybody else sees a fat finger, let me know. If anybody else sees a stock that they think has great potential and great opportunity for the day, let me know, guys. Steve, TD's giving you some issues too? Yeah. So if you trade with TD Ameritrade, guys, you may want to shut down, restart. The last thing you want to do is be in a trade and have any issues while you're in a trade. So it may be best to go ahead and shut down and restart, especially if you're using TD to trade on. One other thing as well, guys, is I thought long and hard about this from last week when I asked the question about scaling up, sizing up, be more aggressive, continue to scalp the market, continue doing what I've been doing and not change a thing because it's realistic and you guys can follow along with these trades, or purely small account. No one wanted small accounts. A lot of you guys said keep doing what you're doing. The thing is, if I scale up and I'm more aggressive, it's going to take some focus away. I already see that happening. So my decision has been made, and what I'm going to do for now, right, at least this week, maybe throughout the entire month of April. We'll see how things go this week. We'll see how you guys like it. I'm going to take a step away from my main trading account, right? You're not going to see me taking 2, 3, 4, 5,000 shares, 10,000 share positions. Maybe you do. Who knows? But I'm not confident to take that kind of size with Fidelity yet. So with Fidelity, I'm looking at more of these get my feet wet, scale in, scale out kind of trades. Not my style of trading, but that's the type of an account I have with Fidelity, right? Is smaller size, scale in, scale out, look for those bigger, better trades, those A+ setups versus just scalping the market. So you get to see more of realistic trading for newer traders that are looking to grow smaller accounts, that do not have margin accounts, that cannot take 10,000 share positions. So at least for this week, you see down here, if I remove my webcam, you see here I have my P&L box open for Fidelity, not Lightspeed, right? I'm going to be using Fidelity this week to trade. Again, I'm not confident with taking big boy size with Fidelity. I just don't trust it. So you get to see a lot less size, not scalping as much, better, bigger picture setups that have those potentials to play out 30, 50 cents, $1 to the upside kind of like LGVN last week, where we can take like a 500 share position and scale out, scale out, scale out, scale out, and capitalize on a $4 to $5 move, right? That seems to be more realistic for traders growing smaller accounts. So let's see how that goes this week. If you guys like it, I'll run Fidelity for the rest of the month. It may be more realistic. I'm not gonna be able to short as much, right? If you're like, dude, just go back to the other way of trading, right? I like that style of trading. I'm learning more from you that way. Then I'll go back to that form of trading, and we'll talk about it then. So I just wanted to go ahead and give you guys a heads up as we're just waiting for some stuff to pull back and set up as far as what to expect this week, as I just want to make sure that you guys are actually learning in that the trades that we're taking and the size and the way of trading, right, is just realistic to traders that may have less than a $25,000 margin account that are growing those smaller accounts, guys. All right, so right now RCAT getting a nice little pop on up here. Again, you have a lot of resistance at 251 on RCAT, so a lot of resistance there at 251 with RCAT. So not really looking to touch that one right now at this point in time. Like to see CLVS breaking and holding 287 before we get involved. LGVN, not too much. MULN. What I would say is if we start breaking that daily downtrend around 320 to 325, that's where we can really start to see MULN get some great action, guys. All right. Here goes BKKT. Here goes BKKT, guys, out of the gate, light volume. BKKT starting to get some action, and this was that momentum trade, guys, right? Pulling back into that 610, holding above that 20 EMA. I'd like to really see this getting a break and a hold over 650. If we see BKKT breaking and holding 650, I would think about taking this long, and it may turn into a little bit of a swing trade back up towards around 769 on BKKT. So we can put ourselves in a position to risk about 40 cents, and we have over $1 of upside potential, right? So we're definitely looking at BKKT to set on up for us. And FRGE, again, support was at 26.85, but I would start getting interested in FRGE if we start breaking above Friday's close at 29.51. I would hate to get in here, see it pop up, and then dump on off. So if we can break and hold that 29.50 FRGE, that's where we could see some volume really start to move on in. My tool bags are growing. Yeah, that's what it's all about. You got a nice little tool belt on, right? You don't want to go out to a job site with just a hammer, right? Because if the person's like, but I need you to screw in some right, some drywall and paint it, and you're like, I don't have my drill, I don't have my paintbrush, right? You're like, well, I can't do these other jobs. So I always talk about just having that tool belt and having different tools in your tool belt, whether that means different styles of trading, shorting, going long, scalping, scaling in, scaling out, right? It could be like styles of trading or like different markets, right? Instead of just focusing on, you know, equities and penny stocks, put more tools in your tool belt. Learn how to trade futures. If there's opportunity in the futures market, trade futures. Learn how to trade options, right? If there's opportunity with options, let's trade some options, right? So that's why I always talk about like the different markets you trade in and the style of trading, learning multiple ways to trade and multiple markets to trade in, so you always can take advantage of any opportunity that's, you know, that's out there. So ACER, not a lot going on there. Again, PLX, that 160 is pretty key, guys. 160 is pretty key. SPI is cracking below 355. RCAT, I want to see a break and hold over 251 first. All right, so breaking and holding 251, that shows some strength. Again, why am I not taking trades right out of the gates? It's Monday, and we're 10 minutes into the day. I don't want to be the guinea pig, right? I want to lead by example, right? If I see a really clear-cut setup, I'm going to take it out of the gate. But the last thing I want to be doing is chasing stocks at or near resistance. Like RCAT, we're at resistance. Yeah, it just moved up from 230 to 250. But again, it's at resistance. And I want to see some strength today, right? The last thing I want to do is be chasing these stocks for these potential breaks and these rips and runs. and not seeing stocks break and rip and run. Maybe there's a lot of false breakouts. Maybe there's a lot of nasty rug pulls. Maybe there's great breakouts. Again, we'll kind of know within the first 15 to 30 minutes on our Mondays what market conditions are like and how we could play with and trade with these market conditions. So right now, I'm just kind of sitting back, not being the guinea pig, let other traders be the guinea pig for me, and really sitting back and just waiting to see some type of consistency and some strength and really focus on where traders are going, right? What stock are traders landing on? What stock has the best potential to lock in some clean, consistent profits? Again, it's about the quality of your trade, not the quantity of trades that you're taking. Right? So again, we want to find those quality setups, those A+ setups. Only takes one good trade a day to make it happen. Again, BKKT is definitely on high watch. TMC as well. TMC is on high watch as well, guys. TMC. Support's down at 257, right? 255 to 257. That's about 10 cents away. So if you were to buy right now, I'm not saying do it, I'm saying if you were to buy right now on TMC, you'd be risking about 10 cents. Your first target's at 281. You're looking to make about 14 cents into your first target, but your second target's 3. So looking at a second and third target perspective, even if you get $3 out of TMC, that's about 30 cents of potential. You're risking about 10 cents. So you got a decent little 2-to-1, 3-to-1 setup on TMC coming off the mid candle. And what we're also looking for is a break of this downtrend, right? So very nice support at 257, nice little downtrend here coming off of this potential mid candle breakout formation. We start breaking that downtrend. We're not dropping below 257. We could start to see this thing rip and run to 3 and then 315 here on TMC. So TMC is definitely a stock I want to keep on high watch right now at this point in time. BKK as well for the break and hold over 650. CLVS is not looking bad either here, guys. So CLVS, all of our back burner stocks are the stocks that are looking pretty decent, right? RCAT doesn't look bad. I wouldn't say it's done yet. I'd say you need to wait for it to break in the hole over 250. I mean, that's what I'm doing. Breaking resistance, pulling back and retesting resistance as support. That's where I want to get involved for the next leg up. At least I'm getting in at new support. Stops are right below, and I have a nice target at 272. Last thing I want to do is buy right here. This be one big rug pull, and it just fades. I'd rather wait to see the break, wait for the retest, wait for the next leg on up, right? Versus trying to buy the breakout and getting caught up in a nasty little dump. That's just not what I want to do. That's not how I trade. I'm not the guinea pig. I'm going to wait for everybody else to be the guinea pig. My goodness. TD Ameritrade. Come on, guys. So top stocks right now, guys. Top stocks. PLX, right? PLX is definitely one of our top stocks to be watching. So we're going to focus on PLX. We are watching RCAT for the break and hold over 251 if that can take place. We do have some potential to 272 and then 292. And CLVS right now is not looking bad either, guys. So we do have a lot of stocks that are currently moving up pretty consistently. I would say it's going to be PLX, RCAT, CLVS. LGVN's not doing anything, guys. MULN right now, still thinking this could play out later this week, maybe mid to late this week. We already know what we're looking for on BKKT. We just talked about it, and then TMC as well. So let's just watch PLX here. For right now at this point in time, let's just watch PLX and see if we can get a nice little setup for a nice little follow through and a nice little leg higher. We right now have 0 trades on the day, guys. 0 trades on the day. So if we see PLX set up, right, there has to be a strategy. There has to be some kind of, technical formation that suggests 80% of the time I work in your favor, 20% of the time I don't, right? We want to find those 80-20 setups where the chart's telling us like, hey, 80% of the time, I move higher. 20% of the time, I fail and move lower. We want to find those 80-20 setups. The last thing we want to be doing is saying, I think it could rip, let me just buy. It's 50-50. You're gambling at that point, and we're not here to gamble. So again, we're not here to be the first person to lock in profits, right? We're not here to be the first person to take a trade. We're here to make consistent profits and close out our day profitable and green. I mean, sometimes the best trade comes later in the day. Sometimes you don't even see a trade you like. But right now we're sitting back, being patient, looking to see how PLX sets up for us. And if PLX does set up for us, we're absolutely looking to take a trade on it because there is some good opportunity to the upside. I mean, I see potential all the way to 2 and then 205. So right now you do have that intraday high at 166. You can see we came up to that 166. We got rejected, pulled back, right back up to 166. Nice healthy pullback off 166 on PLX. We can see nice healthy decreasing volume. And when we broke resistance, did we break resistance with increased volume? We did. So what we want to see now is for PLX to pull back and revisit 166, right? So again, pull back, spend a little bit of time at 166. Just come back down and revisit it, retest it, decreasing volume. And if we see that break and retest play out, we will be looking to go long around 166. But again, we need to see a nice 2 to 3 candle pullback on decreasing volume into that level of support. Start to see buyers move back in, and then we're looking to take it long right around 166 up towards around 2 and then 205. But it has to pull back first, and it has to be a healthy pullback, right? So this is a break and a retest followed by the next leg up. So that's what we're looking at here on PLX. If we can get that nice break, which we're seeing the break on healthy volume, we get that nice healthy decreasing volume pullback into 166, that's where we'd be looking for some entries for the follow through for the next leg up to 2 and then 205. So right now, PLX looking for the break and retest. If we get a nice little retest here on PLX, this could be our first really good trade of the day, guys. Looking to be down towards around 166 for the possible entry if it's a nice, healthy, decreasing volume pullback. And this is why we don't trade breakouts. This is why we really don't want to be chasing breakouts, especially on a Monday, new month, new week, right? 10 minutes into the day. Look at how many traders were probably chasing this for the breakout. And how many people right now are currently down 15 cents a share. I mean, some traders say, it's only 15 cents, but if you got a 10,000 share position, 15 cents is pretty big, right? It's $1,500. So I like BKKT over 650, so keep that on high watch. BKKT breaking and holding 160. I'm sorry, 650, 160. BKKT breaking and holding $6.50, right? We could see it up to 760. I want to keep BKKT on high watch. I do want to keep TMC on high watch as well, guys. This stock has a lot of great potential back up towards around $3 on TMC. But right now, we're looking for that break and retest on PLX. If it doesn't give us that full-blown pullback, that full-blown retest, and it's not clean and healthy, it'll set back up for us. Or we'll see another stock really set up for us. But right now, we're about 20 minutes in. 0 trades at this time for me, anyway. You guys know I take it pretty easy Monday mornings. I'm not aggressive out of the gate. I like to sit back and wait to see what market conditions are like and really identify what stock has the best potential. I mean, the best potential. I took a little position on TMC just to be transparent, open with you guys. I took a small position on TMC at 266. So I'm currently long TMC 266. Just because I say I'm long doesn't mean you guys buy it, right? I just want to throw that out there. Just because I take a trade doesn't mean you guys take a trade. Mirror trading doesn't work, right? Every now and then it will, but longevity, right? Mirror trading doesn't work. Everybody has different account sizes. Everybody has different risk tolerance levels. Everybody has different conviction levels on setups. But again, I'm starting to see that higher low, starting to see the break above the VWAP, starting to see volume increasing. I have very tight stop. Got about 10 to 11 cents of stop, right? I'm okay with taking 10 cents of risk. I like mid-candle breakouts. I like this intraday higher low, right? Starting to break above the VWAP on increased buying volume as well. Breaking above that 280, we can see 3 and then 315. So I'm looking to get about 30 to 40 cents potentially out of this. My risk is about 10 cents at this point in time. So I got some breathing room underneath intraday support, and my target is pretty far away. So if this stock does continue to grind and rip today, again, maybe 30 cents to the upside, 35 cents to the upside, 10 cents of risk. Again, mirror trading doesn't work, guys. I stress that a lot. Mirror trading, it works every now and then, but there's a lot of stats, there's a lot of facts as to how mirror trading just doesn't work, right? Account sizes, risk tolerance, conviction, right? If you guys don't know mid-candle breakouts, you're not gonna have the same conviction as I have, right? That's why I always want to stress, I'm transparent, I'm long right now, right? You can't see my position because, again, I haven't closed it out yet. But again, I want to be real. I'm long, right? I'm risking 10 to 11 cents. I'm looking for 30 to 35. That doesn't mean jump into the trade. That just means, hey, I'm long. I want to be transparent with you guys. All right. So right now I'm long TMC 266. My stop is underneath low of day of 257. So I got about 10 cents of risk here. We're looking for the break of the downtrend and the break over 280 to really get this thing going. And volume is steadily increasing little by little by little by little. And we'll see if we can get that nice little follow through from buyers as we are breaking above that VWAP with some decent volume right now at this point in time, guys, over on TMC. SPI has room down to 312. So SPI has room to fall all the way back down towards around 312. ACER, what did we say this morning? Stock likes to gap up and give everything back. What are we seeing with ACER? Gapping up, quick spike, starting to give everything back. Support on ACER is 310. PLX, just a nice, clean, consistent pullback. Nice, clean, healthy pullback. Ideally into 166 would be a great level to possibly get involved here on PLX. But again, TMC's high watch right now, guys. TMC's high watch, right? What we're looking for on TMC, again, we're starting to see that potential mid-candle breakout from Friday, gapping up this morning, right? So we actually started to see the attempted mid-candle breakout early in pre-market. We opened, we pulled back into that 257, and we bounced right off that level, right? We do have this downtrend from post-market and pre-market looking to be broken, right? So we could see a nice little break of this downtrend. We do have that daily mid-candle breakout, nice gap up, nice retest, and we're starting to see some buying volume move on in. So I'm looking at it on a 3-minute time frame. So when I start to see this higher low form, right? Nice little higher low form, we start to see some buying volume move in, and we're starting to break that VWAP, and the 9 EMA is starting to cross the VWAP as well on a higher time frame than the 1 minute. I'm going to get involved, and I got in at 266 right as the stock's breaking the VWAP, stops under low a day. Now look at the daily chart. Where do I want to lock in profits? Well, you got Thursday spiking high at 281. That's a level to lock in some profits, and then I see all the way up to 315. So I see a nice low risk, decent reward setup here, mid candle, intraday higher low, increasing volume moving on in, with a potential upcoming break of the downtrend. Overall, I see some decent potential with TMC. Decent potential. Low risk, high reward, couple separate reasons to get involved. I'll take it. So we'll see how TMC plays on out, right? Again, Fidelity account, not jumping into 10,000 shares and scalping it for 5 cents, right? On this particular setup, I probably jumped in with 10,000 shares, locked up 5,000 already for $300. But again, 1,000 share position, 266, risking $100, looking to make $300. Realistic size, right? Something that's going to play out slow and steady. If it doesn't work out, it's only $100 risk. If it does work out, you got $300, maybe $315 of potential. on TMC. So I like the risk to reward. I like the setup. Let's see if it plays on out. Again, this is something that'll probably play out little by little by little. Not all at once, but little by little by little, slow and steady on TMC. And I would expect to see a pullback off the trend line. I mean, if it doesn't break right away, that's okay. I mean, we're right at resistance, guys, right? I'd expect to see a pullback at resistance, and I'm okay with the stock pulling back. If it's a nasty pullback and it's not a healthy pullback, then I start getting a little concerned. But as long as the pullbacks are healthy and consistent and clean, I'm okay with the stock dipping and pulling back. And shoot, I may add into my position along those dips and along those pullbacks and add and then scale out even more if the stock continues to grind higher. Right now, SPI, there's nothing happening with SPI at this point in time. ACER, room to fall down to 310. PLX, it just really hasn't given us that break and retest, guys. I mean, all momentum at this point in time. All momentum. Grinding that 90 EMA, pulling back to the 90 EMA, bouncing higher. I mean, I'd like to really see this clean and consistently down to that 166 level. So we have to just kind of sit back. I mean, it's just grinding consistently. It's a momentum trade. But again, there's no super clean, clear-cut technical formation to really get involved. I mean, support's still back down at 166. Kind of see we're losing a little bit of momentum as well, right? Just losing a little bit. We could start to see it roll over and pull back. And if it starts rolling over and pulling back to 166, we'll see if it sets up for a trade. And if it does, we have a possible trade coming on up on PLX here. Again, we're not chasing stocks for breakouts right now, right? We're not buying at resistance, right? Because again, look at RCAT double topping off resistance right now. RCAT showing potential to fall back down to 223 at this point in time. LGVN looking pretty weak. We have room down to 1190. 1190. We have room down to 1190 on LGVN. Not looking the best right now. MULN, nothing. BKKT right now, nothing. TMC, I got in off this higher low, right? As soon as we bounced off our support level of 257, we put in this higher low, started to break that VWAP on volume. That was my entry. Again, I'm okay with pullbacks. As long as we don't dump on off, I'm still okay with holding the trade. And the pullbacks need to be healthy pullbacks, not just dumping on off. If it dumps on off, probably gonna crack and stop me out. But as long as they're clean, consistent, healthy pullbacks, I may actually add into my position for these next pops and these next legs up. What's Twitter doing? Twitter very, very choppy right now out of the gate. Not a lot of opportunity on Twitter right now, so you're not really missing anything there. I do want to keep oil on watch. All right, I do want to keep, oh my gosh, TD Ameritrade, you are garbage today. I do want to keep oil on watch this week, and the reason I want to keep oil on watch is we had that big that run up, right? Big drop on off. We bounced off our 50 SMA, little pop, pulling back. We're bouncing off our 50 SMA again. So from a technical perspective, oil looks like it could break out soon, right? So we have this higher low off our 50 SMA with this daily downtrend. We start really bouncing strong, which we kind of are, off the 50 SMA, and we start breaking this downtrend. We could start to see oil rip back up into the 130s. So I am watching oil this week, and if oil starts breaking out, technically, we have those small cap oil stocks that could perform well. We do have some oil ETFs that we can trade calls on that could perform well. I am going to be watching oil this week as well, guys. Again, sometimes the best trade team is no trade. Right? You look at SPI. Has there been a trade here on SPI? Negative, Ghost Rider. Has there been a trade on ACER? Negative, Ghost Rider. Has there been a trade on PLX? If you got in before the break at 166, yes. But like I said, I'm very conservative on Mondays, right? Usually I don't trade the first 15 minutes. I just kind of sit back and wait to see what happens. And that stock had already broken out within the first 15 minutes. But I just got a fresh position on TMC because I like the formation, I like the technicals, and I walked you guys through what I saw, why I liked it, and how I'm trading this, my plan, my entry, my stop, my targets. But right now, PLX is still the #1 stock at this point in time. But again, we never got the break in the retest, and that's what I was really banking on, was that potential break and retest on PLX. But it's okay, right? We still have so much time today to see the stock set back up for a great trade. It only takes one great trade to make your day, guys. Don't chase the stock. Wait for that one great trade to present itself. Then make it happen. You know, RCAT still fighting for it, so maybe RCAT still has some life left in it. CLVS, not really. I'm going to go ahead and take CLVS off the watch list and put it on a prior day mover list. We're just going to clean this up a little bit. You know, we'll still watch MULN. Still definitely watching BKKT. Obviously TMC. FRGE. Let's take FRGE. No, actually, let's keep it on watch above 2463. Right? That was the spiking high from the 25th of March. So we'll keep it on watch above that 2463, 25 level, and see if it ever starts to get some volume to move back in to FRGE. But I would say LGVN right now, dead. Put it on a prior day mover list. LGVN, not really worth your time right now today. Look at RCAT, man. Look at all those upper shadows. It's trapping so many retail traders. I mean, look at the price action, right? It's trapping so many breakout traders. The stock market's not breaking out right now, guys. Right? We're not seeing stocks really break out consistently. No, don't get me wrong. PLX, nice break, nice rip. RCAT, RCAT, it's trapping a lot of breakout traders. And there's a lot of nasty upper shadows and a lot of nasty rug pulls. So right now, I'm not really all that excited with RCAT. It definitely doesn't interest me right now. ACER is coming off the watch list. SPI right now is coming off the watch list. So here's the stocks that we currently have on watch, guys, right? 30 minutes in. A lot of you guys are tradeless like me. I only have one position, and it's a really small position too, because I'm like 70-30 with it. I like the opportunity it has. I like the potential, but I'm not wanting to be super aggressive with it. So one fresh position was just entered at like, what, 950? And other than that, there hasn't really been anything else besides PLX. So these are the top stocks to watch. PLX back down at 166 support. RCAT, if it ever breaks and holds over 250, now we're talking. Now we have some opportunity. But as long as it keeps popping at 250 and dumping, hitting 250 and dumping, probably going to dump all the way back down to like maybe like 223, 225-ish. Not too crazy about it right now. MULN, day trade wise, I'm not crazy about it, but I like the potential it has for a possible swing trade. Same thing with BKKT. Right now, intraday, there's nothing, but maybe it gives us a swing trade opportunity. I'm long TMC, and we're gonna watch FRGE above that 2463 level. So right now, let's just pick one stock and focus on it, and that's PLX team. Unless you see anything else that has some potential, let me know. But right now, it's all PLX. I know, we want to come in, right? We want to come in. We want to find that hot stock. We want to be a buyer right at 9:30, right? We want to make profits and then walk away and not trade the rest of the day. Like, don't get me wrong. If I see a good setup right out of the gate, we're taking the trade, right? Every now and then we get some quick wins right out of the gate. Today, not a lot of fantastic setups for those quick wins right out of the gate. Sometimes the best trade comes later in the day. Sometimes the best trade is no trade. Maybe the best trade's tomorrow, Wednesday. It only takes one great trade to make your day, make your week, potentially make your month. I know this is the boring part of trading. We wanna be in trades. We wanna be in a freaking position, because I guarantee newer traders, this is what they think. If I'm not in a trade, I'm doing something wrong. Wrong. If you're not in a trade, you're probably doing something right, because you're being patient and disciplined. Right? So get out of the mindset of, I'm not in a trade, I'm not trading. Right? The most professional traders spend less time in trades than they do in trades, right? I spend the least amount of time in my trades than I spend in trades, okay? So we want to be in trades. We want to be making money. But is there a really good opportunity for us to be involved in a trade? Should we be in a trade right now? That's what you got to ask yourself. If the question is, or the answer is no, you're doing the right thing. You're being a professional. You're holding on to your discipline. You're holding on to that patience, and you're waiting for that one great trade that could come in 1 second, 1 minute, 10 minutes, 1 hour. You don't know, but you have to sit back and be patient and wait for those. I promise it'll make your job a lot easier as a trader. You're not going to take as many losses. The trades you take are going to be flawless trades, A+ trades. You're going to see more consistent profits. You just have to learn to sit back, relax, and wait for those opportunities to come to you. You said 205 is a target for PLX. I did, yeah. So I see a 2 to 205 target on PLX. I see a 2 to 205 target on PLX with 166 bottom support at this point in time. Chris is tradeless, right? Nick is tradeless. Again, guys, right? Professional traders, seriously, professionals spend the least amount of time in trades and in the market. They do. The best traders, 1 or 2 trades a day, maybe 3 trades. It depends on the opportunity, right? But they spend the least amount of time in the market. They spend more time being patient and disciplined than they actually do managing trades. So be a professional, sit back and wait for your setup, your A+ opportunity, the setups that you like, that you know that you're consistent with, right? That's all you need to do is identify the setups that you're good with, right? You're consistent with. That's your playbook. Trade your playbook. So again, I'm TMC long 266. We're up about 8 cents a share right now, which is about 70 to 80 bucks on 1,000 shares. I'm still looking for that bigger picture target. 281, 315, definitely realistic. My stops currently are still under low a day, but if we put in a higher high, I'm bringing my stops up on TMC. So right now, we pull back, we put in a low, put in a higher high, higher low. If this confirms with a higher high, and it confirms that we're in an uptrend, my stop is going from low a day underneath this low, right? So I can, at that point in time, take my stop from being 10 cents of risk to break even. And that's a proper way to scale up your stop loss, to raise your stop loss. When you identify trends, and they're strong trends, right? So you get the low, the high, the higher low, the higher high, and you get that confirmation that the stock's in a trend, you can technically trail your stops up underneath prior lows and just continue to do that, continue to do that, continue to do that until you're stopped out. So right now, because we haven't put in a higher high yet off the higher low, my stop still needs to be down here underneath low a day. But if we break out here with some volume and put in a higher high, right, that will confirm our higher low. My stop loss will then be right at my cost basis. So then I can go risk-free in this trade. So right now, look at that. If we close very strong here and we close with a higher high, my risk is now risk-free, right? I'm in this trade risk-free at this point in time. So did we close into a higher high? We did. So right now, I'm gonna go ahead and trail my stop loss from 256 underneath this prior low of 266, and now I'm technically risk-free in this position. If it stops me out, that's good, because if it puts in a lower low, it's probably going to come down to 257 anyway. Wouldn't you guys agree? We're in an uptrend. We have a high, higher low, higher high. We want to see a higher low, a higher high, a higher low. We want to see that trend continue to develop. So if we do put in this higher high and then we put in a lower low, what does that tell you? The trend is reversing. Then we could see a lower high and a lower low, lower high, lower low, and essentially, eventually probably be stopped out down here at low a day anyway. So right now, it's safe to say we can get stops underneath this prior low, right around 266, and go risk-free in the trade. That's the way I'm trading it, and that's the reason I'm bringing my stop loss up to that 266, and now I'm technically risk-free on TMC. And we want to see a clean break over 280 next. I would say like 280, 281, nice little break. Let's go ahead and put a little bit of a trend line on TMC as well. So that's something else we could do, is we could run our stop loss off the trend line, okay? So right now my stop is risk-free at break even. We do have this trend line that could be support. So if we continue to see this trend line hold on up, I can then at that point in time place my stop loss, trail it underneath this trend line, because I know that when trend lines crack, the stocks turn bearish. Right now we're on the bullish side. If we crack the trend line, we go to the bearish side, and that's where a lot of traders place stop losses, is underneath trend lines. Okay, so right now risk-free, we continue to hold this trend, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, right? I will bring my stops underneath all the prior lows, also under the trend line, and I will ride this as long as I can up into my top targets. And my targets are 3 and 315 on TMC, okay? So that's how I'm running TMC right now, right? Want to see the higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. May take 30 minutes to an hour to make this full move up to 315, right? But my stop right now is risk-free underneath that confirmed higher low at 266. So what an exceptional trade to be in. You have 10 cents of risk, now you have 0 risk. And right now we're up 20 cents a share, right? Maybe a good idea to lock in some profits. What do you guys think? Lock in maybe 25%? Let's go lock up 25% on TMC. Let's go sell 250 shares of TMC, right? TMC sell 250. Right now, back below 285 on the bid. I'm going to lock in 25% of my position. It's the right thing to do, right? It's the right thing to do is always get paid, not being greedy. So right now, 250 shares is 25% of my position. If I see the bid drop back down below 285, I'll lock in 250 shares of TMC. But if we start hitting target, you'll start seeing me taking profits at 3 and 315. Right now, guys, look at that volume on TMC. Look at that volume on TMC. All right, I took 25% of my position, 250 shares sold at 284. Right now, we got another 250 shares ready to be executed if we need to execute another 250 shares off the table. Really don't want to see it below 275, right? Look at that prior resistance. You had pre-market resistance, 275, 276. You had resistance here intraday, 276, and you broke out, 276. So still I took 25% of my position, so I got paid something, right? You can see here I just got paid $44.99. So I took 25% of my position. I just got paid $44.99. Not bad for 30 minutes of work, and we still have 750 shares on the table, right? Stop is risk-free. So that means worst case scenario, what do I walk away with? Worst case scenario, I walk away with a whopping $44, but it's still profitable. And right now, look at it dump. Look at TMC dumping right now. That's not really what you want to see, right? That's nasty. That right there is not what you want to see. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to lock up another 250 shares. So boom, I just locked up another 250 shares. I have 500 shares left on the table. Because that kind of price action, that kind of dump, you don't want to see that. So I'm going to do the right thing. And I'm going to go ahead and take another 25% off the table because that's a pretty nasty drop. It still hasn't made a lower low, right? Still hasn't made a lower low yet. But when I say that the stock is trending, it's in an uptrend, these pullbacks need to be healthy pullbacks. That's not a healthy pullback. That's a big dump. That's a big drop. So just in case it continues to dump and drop, I'm going to continue to lock in some profits when I have the opportunity to do so. Want to see this hold above prior resistance as new support. And prior resistance was right there at 276, 276. We came down to the penny into the trend line. We closed above 276. Let's see if we get a little bit of a follow through here. Right, let's see if we can continue to get that little pop on up to 3 and 315. I still have 500 shares left, but I'm doing the right thing. I'm taking profit as the stock rips, right? If it's going to continue to trend up and continue to grind, I still want a little bit of a position on the table. But after that big drop, I'm like, you know what? The right thing to do is lock in a little bit more profit and at least try and get paid here on TMC. Was that you? Yeah, I even gave you credit too. Whoever it was on TikTok that called out TMC and brought it to my attention for the mid-candle breakout, I gave you props. I was like, I didn't even see TMC this morning. If it wasn't for whoever it was on TikTok, I have no freaking idea. No idea who it was, but I give you props all day. So good call out, good eye. Right now we got 500 shares left of TMC. Right now, still risk-free, right? 266 on the other 500 shares. Worst case scenario, I walk away with 64 bucks. Obviously, we want more, right? But we're trading this the right way. We're managing it the right way, taking profits, bringing stop losses up, reading the price action, reading the chart, making sure we're in a consistent trend. Let's see if we can get that move up to 3 and 315. And if so, we still have at least something on the table to keep locking in some profits. Right, so right now, still okay. Actually, no, look at that volume. All right, look at that increased volume along that big dump. Look at the decreased volume right now. We have literally no volume to support this bounce. So right now, I may be locking in another 250 shares if we start to see it pull back a little bit here. Because again, we have literally no volume on TMC after it started to bounce on up. So still reading that time and sales in level 2. 500 shares left on the table. Again, taking realistic size. I didn't take 10,000 shares, 5,000 shares. I took 1,000 shares because it's realistic. You have a small account and you would have bought 1,000 shares at 266. Your investment would have been $2,600. So our investment right now is $2,600 on TMC, which is very, very realistic for smaller accounts. And we're managing this the right way, as we would manage a small account. So this, in a sense, is a small account trade. And this is how we manage trades with these small accounts, with smaller size. I may take another 250 shares just to lock in some profits, because right now we have little to no volume as we're trying to bounce back on up. So let's go ahead and lock in another 250 here. And we have 250 shares left. Below 275, I'm going to go ahead and lock it up, guys, because it's not looking all that great. You know what? I'm going to lock it all up right now. I'm completely out of TMC. I'm completely out. Little to no volume off that bounce. Big red candle after that first dump on off. I'm completely out of TMC. $130, right? So on a 1,000 share position, we got on average about 13 cents a share. Now, that's not the best profit in the world, right? It's not the best profit. That's a base hit, right? 2 more of those, you got a decent day. Right? If that trade would have worked out in our favor, that could have been the home run trade we were looking for. But we're doing the right thing. We're reading the chart, we're reading the price action, taking a look at the volume, and really just building our plan around what we see right now as it develops. And so as I see the stock developing, as I see new candles form, as I see the volume, right now that doesn't really look good. We're putting in a lower high, right? Increased selling volume on TMC, starting to put in that lower high. Very weak volume along that bounce on up. I would think that this is going to crack 275, crack the trend line, and crack the VWAP, and possibly start moving back down to 257. Since I think that's reality and I think that could happen, I'm going to go ahead and lock up my profits right now. If it keeps ripping, great. Let it keep ripping. But I don't think it's going to, based on what I see right now at this point in time. So if that being said, I'm no longer confident in the trade. I'm going to go ahead and take my little profit that I have and call it a win, right? So again, nothing too crazy. Locked up totally 130.69 on 1,000 shares. We got about 13 cents. The investment was $2,600, right? We got about what? Wasn't 10%. We got about 5% return. So that was a 5% trade. That's not bad, is it? 5% in 20 minutes of trading. It's not bad at all. RCAT looks weak. MULN looking weak. BKKT. It still has opportunity. It could still be in play, guys. Could still definitely be in play on BKKT. And yes, if you guys haven't noticed, today is Free Stream Monday, right? So if you haven't noticed, today's Free Stream Monday. It's the first trading day, first official trading day in my book for April. So we're gonna go ahead and do Free Stream Money Monday. Right now, the market's not on fire. The market's definitely not hot, but there's some good opportunities, right? In about 20 minutes of our time, we locked up a small 130 on TMC. Not bad. Not bad at all. Josh, I got into TLRY at 707. Your thoughts on the stock, please. TLRY. Number 1, great entry. Number 2, I think I know why you took it. A gap fill. Did you take this for a gap fill bounce? Because if you got TLRY for a gap fill bounce off that spiking high from the 24th of March, that's a really good trade, dude. Really good trade. I like that you saw the gap up, starting to crash on back down, filling the gap, and you get some bounces. Don't expect a full-blown reversal, right? It's a gap fill bounce. Typically, I scalp the gap fill bounce, right? So I'm really aggressive on size, and we get a 10, 20, 30 cent bounce, I take profits into the bounce, right? I may leave a runner on the table to see if it follows through, but I'm normally out of probably 70 to 80% of my position once we get the bounce. So you came down to 707, you bounced up right now about what? 20 cents a share, 20 cents. If this was me on this trade, that would have probably been a 5,000 share position, 10,000 share position. at 20 cents, you're talking maybe $1,000 to $2,000 of profit, just like that. Lock in some profits. That's how I would trade the gap fill bounce. Lock in some profits, hold a little bit to see if we get a follow through. This could be one big red to green move. If we start breaking back above 750, watch for this to get really explosive back up to 8. So again, what I would do is lock in a good majority of my profits, if it was me, right? Risk-free on a runner and leave a decent, healthy runner and see if it runs. Over 750, room to 8, keep locking in those great profits on TLRY. My cost basis on TLRY, and I have no desire to sell this right now, my cost basis is 641. So I'm in at 641 and I was in way back here. That's not the right cost basis. That doesn't make any sense. 641? I wasn't getting in on that big green. Oh, I was getting in back here. That's what it was. I was getting in back here, I think in February. The 641 doesn't make any sense. That shouldn't be I don't think that's my cost basis. I thought it was like 5. I thought I was getting in down here at like 5. Well, I mean, it's pretty easy if we just go look at history. TLRY. Yeah, I guess so. On February 18th. Yeah, so on February 18th is when I started to pick some of this up. So yeah, it was 640. Okay. I was curious. I was like, I thought I got a little bit lower, but I guess not. Absolutely. Everybody's saying TMC is getting ready to launch now that I'm out. Probably. Probably. LGVN, yeah, it's definitely trying to get some action here, guys. So we are back above that 1350 and 1380 on LGVN. So that's support. 1350 to 1380 is support. Breaking above 1450 is where we could see the next big wave of volume move in. Over 1450, guys, we do have room to 16 and then 1637 here on LGVN. So we are going to be watching LGVN here, guys. RCAT is looking pretty dead right now. MULN, again, I said I probably won't expect it today, but I think this week it has some opportunity. BKKT still has some potential. Even TMC, now it's not looking all that bad. It didn't dump on off, but I wanted to do the right thing and lock in profits because those two nasty candles there kind of threw me off, right? That wasn't healthy. That wasn't clean. It wasn't consistent, right? Those were pretty nasty drop on offs. So again, I did the right thing and I locked in some profit, but right now it's still not looking all that bad on TMC. So if you guys are still in TMC, you guys are still looking pretty decent. If you get a break of this downtrend coming on up, that's going to give you that leg up to around 3. Support, 276. Support is the trend line as well, okay? So if you hold support, follow through with a break of this trend line, you have room back up to high a day, 289, and then $3 on TMC. Yeah, we can take RCAT off the watch list. I mean, there's no reason to be watching RCAT right now at this point in time. Yeah, definitely. LGVN is high watch, right? We had that 1350 to 1380 support. We cracked below every level. Nice big U shape. Starting to break on out here a little bit on LGVN. So right now, I'd like to see it pull back a little bit closer to that 1380. I'd like to see it pull back a little bit closer to 1380, maybe even 1350. Set up for a little bit of a reversal and then get the break on up towards around 1450. PLX is still on watch. Yes, PLX is still on watch. Now, we just saw PLX break the downtrend, right? But it wasn't a big time break. So when we see breaks of downtrends, we typically get a big strong break and a nice big follow through. That was a pretty weak break. We didn't see substantial volume move in. We didn't really start grinding on up. Right now, we're not looking all that great. So let's readjust this trend line and say this is our new downtrend. What could we see on PLX team? You guys know my favorite strategy, my favorite setup. Everybody knows it inside of chat. What could we possibly see start to form on PLX here in the next maybe 10 to 15 minutes? What kind of formation could we start to see? The BBB, baby, the boom, boom, bang. Absolutely, guys. We could start to see a little bit of the boom, boom, bang. Now, what's a boom, boom, bang? Number one, we have a stock that's in an uptrend. Do we have a stock that is currently in an uptrend? Yeah, we got PLX, right? We put in a high, a low, higher high, higher low, higher high. So we can see that we started in an uptrend. Number one, stock hits a high a day and starts downtrending, making lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs. And we can put a nice little downtrend on the stock right now. Right here, we have point number 2, right? Because point number 1 was the high of day where we start the downtrend. So point number 1, point number 2, we want to see this get rejected off point 2, which we are, and pull back into support. Where's support? 166, right? That level hasn't moved since 9:30 this morning. Old resistance, new support, 166. So we just got rejected off point number 2. Let's see the pullback to 166 and bounce back up to the downtrend. That's point number 3. We want to see it get rejected off point number 3, pull back, give us a higher low, start to see volume moving on in as well, right? For a follow through and a break of the downtrend on point number 4. So this is what we're looking for. Rejection off point 2, down the 166, bounce off 166, back into the downtrend. Point number 3, get rejected, start to form a higher low, and start to see some buying volume moving back in for a break of the downtrend on point 4. That would give us an entry right around 175, right? We can see that downtrend on point 4 could be right around 175. Stops would be under 166, so 166 stop loss. That means you're going to risk what? What are you risking on this trade? You're risking about 9 cents, right? So your entry right around 175 if it sets up. Stops underneath support at 166. So let's just say 165 stop. It's going to give you about 10 cents. 10 cents of risk, right? First target is 185. Okay, that's a 1-to-1 setup. So this is a 1-to-1 setup into your first target. But the best boom boom bangs do what? They exceed the high a day and they put in a new high a day. So with that being said, where could we see PLX, right? If we do see the setup for the boom boom bang, your first target's 185. That's a 1-to-1, risking 10 cents, looking to make 10 cents. But we're looking for the follow through and they break over the high a day. So if you break 185, where could you see it go? $2. So 175 entry with a top target of 2. 25 cents of profit, maybe even 205 because we actually have a 205 target. So maybe about 30 cents of target and your stop's still 10 cents. So if you get your top targets on PLX, right, it's a 3-to-1 setup, but you need to be looking to lock in profits, some profits at 185, which is 1-to-1. So it's still a good strategy. It's a great setup when they form beautifully and they set up perfectly, right? I'll take 1-to-1s on the boom boom bangs, knowing that if it's a proper boom boom bang and it's a strong stock that has potential to continue the trend higher and make new highs of day, in this case we do, this is definitely a setup that I would 100% be taken if it sets up. So again, right now you're at 166. You want to start to see it bouncing back up into this downtrend. Get rejected. Pull back, higher low, start to break the downtrend on point number 4, put you right around 175. Stops, 165. First target, 185. Second target, 2 to 205, giving you a potential 3-to-1 setup. But it hasn't confirmed anything yet, right? We're not trading it yet. It has to set up perfectly and beautifully. If it doesn't set up, we don't have a trade. If it sets up, let's make some money. Let's make it happen. Right now, we just have to wait. This is the hardest part. We see an opportunity that could form. We see a setup that could actually set up. But now we have to wait for it to set up. We have to wait for it to give us a buy signal. That could come around 10:50, right? That could still be another 15 to 20 minutes before it even gives us the buy signal that we need to take the trade. So right now, what do? We sit back and be patient. The hardest part about trading stocks is building a plan, getting prepared, identifying opportunities, right? And waiting for the buy signal, right? We have to wait for the buy signal. We have a plan in place. We have our targets. We have our roundabout entry. We have our stops. We have our strategy. If it sets up, it's an 80-20 setup. It's an A+ setup. Now we wait and be patient and wait for the buy signal. These apps are running slow today. Yeah, they are. My TD is running really slow, really slow. And you can see I have no fresh trades, right? The only trade that I took today was TMC, and honestly, TMC is tempting me with a good time right now. TMC, I kind of want to re-enter, but this would be a scalp trade with big size, not a slow, steady hold for me. But TMC still looks pretty good, guys. Holding the trend line, holding above the 9 EMA. All right, if you throw this on a 3-minute time frame, I mean, it's looking nice. You got a nice little flag formation, holding above that 9 EMA, holding above the trend line, looking to break the downtrend. I mean, this is a decent setup, guys. I do like TMC right here. So if you were buying this, stops are at 274. Stops are at 274. Take profit at high a day, and then continue to take it profits right around 3 to 315 on TMC. Yeah, nothing's loading on my end right now. TD is definitely struggling. I can't even get tickers to load. Yeah, so TD just switched to delayed data. And I know it's not me because my internet still looks good right now for streaming. So right now, I lost data with TOS. Anybody else lose data just now with TOS? I mean, stream's still up, and there it goes. All right, cool. Yeah. It's unfortunate, man. It's unfortunate. So PLX is the one great trade that could start setting on up for us. LGVN needs to actually find some support, right? I mean, it ripped up through resistance. That's fantastic. Now, is that resistance going to turn into support? Is it going to set up, or is it going to dump on back off? We'll have to sit back and wait and see, guys. LGVN still has potential. There's still opportunity. I'm liking PLX if it sets up for the boom, boom, bang. MULN right now, maybe Tuesday, Wednesday, starts breaking on out. BKKT, same thing. Maybe later today, tomorrow, we start to see that move over 650. TMC, if you guys are still in this, you guys are still looking okay. Not as good as what you were looking, but you're looking decent right now. Still on TMC. If you put in a higher high over 290, your new stop would be 276. So if you put in a higher high on TMC, put your stops underneath the higher low, right around 275 to 276. Yeah, that's why I don't use TOS to trade on, because I've had that happen. I've been in a trade before, it froze, 5 minutes, it comes back, and I'm down in the trade. So that's why I don't use Thinkorswim personally to trade with. Because there's just, every now and then I have one too many issues with TOS. I use it to chart. Charting's fantastic. But there was a lot of issues back in 2020. You can talk to Chris about it. Chris would be like, oh yeah, that's when Josh switched back in 2020. Yeah, because I was like, I can't do it anymore. I can't do it. There's too many issues. The fills were getting worse and worse and worse, dropping all the time. It was just getting pretty bad. So right now, the only thing we have is 130 on the day. Fidelity's fills are exceptional. I mean, Fidelity's fills are fantastic, guys. I mean, I have no complaints with the speed and the quality of fills with Fidelity. Fantastic. I love it. If Fidelity and TD could like combine a little bit, right? Like give you the same functionality and charting as a TD, but the order execution that Fidelity gives you, that'd be the perfect broker, guys. It'd be the perfect broker. I mean, I would think it'd be better than Lightspeed at that point. I know, right? It's crazy. But Fidelity's really good with orders and the executions. Trade Zero Pro, I'm not using it right now. You may see me fund an account with Trade Zero, but I haven't signed one up yet with Trade Zero. I was going to do TradeStation, right? TradeStation was one I was going to use, but like I said, I mean, I don't want to keep going from broker to broker to broker to broker to broker. Let me just see if I can trade the way I trade with Fidelity, right? Let's see if I can take that big size and see if I can manage. They just need hot buttons, like hot buttons, and I'm good. Just give me some nice close all hot buttons, or buy market, sell market, close all, reverse, flatten. Like give me some like nice hot buttons. Fidelity would be flawless. But right now it's not bad. I like it. I haven't used TradeStation either. Matt told me to use TradeStation. So Matt, he's like, yeah, TradeStation, give him a shot. Free commissions and fees, but again, I don't know if they have piss poor orders, like quality, like TOS has. You switched to TradeStation? Let me know about the orders, Addy. Yeah, if you switched to TradeStation last week, you're liking it. I mean, their platform is great. I hear their platform and their charting is fantastic. But let me know about the fills. Are the fills good? Is there a delay? Is there slippage? Just curious on the fills. And if the fills are good, and they would be comparable to say like Fidelity's fills and the execution and the speed and the quality, yeah, I would definitely switch to TradeStation and just run with TradeStation 100%. Because I hear it's a really good platform. I hear their charting is by far the best. I mean, TD's great, but at the same time, I would use TradeStation. Like I would shut down TD completely and use TradeStation and trade on TradeStation all in one. The fills are better than TOS. All right, well, I'm sold. If the fills are better than TOS, I'm sold. All right. I'm going to set up a TradeStation account. I'm going to fund it right now. Let me just go liquidate some of my holdings. Wasn't TOS a market maker as well, or no? Or just payment for order flow? Payment for order flow, but TradeStation is an actual market maker. So how would that impact your fills? Just curious. How would them being a market maker impact your fills? Now TOS is they do the payment for order flow. That's what it's called. Payment for order flow. So they send orders and they route orders to the best market maker for the best rebate, and they collect the rebate. TOS collects the rebate from the market maker by providing liquidity to the market maker, and they get their rebate. That's how they offset free commissions and fees. So they get the rebate, they get the kickback for providing liquidity to the market makers and the exchanges, but in turn we get worse fills. So yeah, you get free commissions and fees, but you're not getting the best fill because they're routing it to their preferred market maker. And their preferred market maker may give you a 5-cent fill that's less than the current bid. But they're going to get the kickback, they're going to get the rebate, and that's how they're putting money in their pocket, and that's how they're giving you free commissions and fees. There's nothing free. So yeah, I'd be curious to try out TradeStation. So Matt, go ahead and just log into TradeStation, take 1,000 shares of PLX, and then sell 1,000 shares and tell me how good the fill is. Be my guinea pig for me, Matt. So we still have potential for the boom boom bang on PLX. It's taking some time, but we still have that potential for the boom boom bang on PLX. So right now this stock is on high watch, guys. High watch before lunchtime. before we dive into an afternoon lesson. So PLX for the possible boom, boom, bangarang coming on up. Honestly, after TOS kind of delayed and dropped a little bit, oh, it's so much better now. Like, after it kind of effed up a little bit, it's 10 times better right now. So we're good. I'm not a fan of TMC anymore. We just cracked the trend line. I mean, it could still break on out. It could still move, but we just saw the initial crack of that trend line that we were trying to hold on up. I'm glad I got out. I'm glad I was selling in the 280s. Got out at 284, 274, 278, 281. So I got a nice little average exit of about 280. It was about 13 cents a share there. So I'm glad I was getting out around 280 because right now it's not looking the best. It's not looking all that great. But I am liking PLX coming on up. I do not want to see it break here. I do not want to see it break the downtrend right here. I want to see it get rejected. I'd really like to see it pull back and give us a boom, boom, bang setup, right? Which is a higher low, follow through, break the downtrend on the 4th attempt. I would absolutely take this long, 100% take it long. So right now, PLX, we are definitely keeping this one on high, high, high watch for the possible boom, boom, bangarang coming on up. But this, we need to get rejected here. We need to see this candle red, ideally. We want to see it dropping and closing below the trend line. We don't want to see it breaking the trend line right now, right here. If it does, we have a different setup and a different opportunity. But if we get rejected here, we have that potential boom, boom, bangarang setup. And that's what I want to see. Yes, close red here, get rejected, beautiful. Pull back, higher low, then follow through and break the downtrend. Right, that's what we're looking for. Pull back here, form the higher low, then start breaking the downtrend on the 4th attempt. So still 166 is support. It starts breaking out here. It's not a boom, boom, bang, right? It's just a downtrend break. We have to trade it a little bit differently. But I really like to get that boom, boom, bang because those are A+ setups, right? Those are A+, 80-20, low risk, good reward setups. So what stocks am I holding that are doing good today? Because I'm up like $600 overall. What stocks am I holding that are up? Unity. Unity's not doing too bad. We got some good gains there on Unity. That's a very, very long-term hold for me, though. It's like Upstart, long-term hold. Tilray wasn't really long-term, but we'll see. SoFi, not doing all that great. Roku, Ride, Roblox. Yeah, Roblox is smacking me in the you know what. And that was a little bit of a not a premature breakout, but again, it wasn't a boom, boom, bang. It was just a downtrend break. Really wanted to see that play on out for the 4th point. We didn't get that to happen, so now we're going to sit back and wait for a different setup, guys. That's it. You see a good setup, you see an opportunity, you get prepared, and you wait for it to take place. If it doesn't take place, all right, you get re-prepared. Do your due diligence once again. So yeah, that's the #1 stock, guys, is PLX. This is the only stock that you guys should be focused on right now. 2nd attempt at 185 resistance. I highly doubt it breaks, but again, the stock is pretty strong. It could break and then retest. So you have one way to trade this. Breaking 185, retesting 185, taking it long to 2 and then 205. Or pulling back off resistance, come back down to this trend line that we just broke, retest it as support, form the higher low, maybe we have a big cup and handle, right? So you got a couple different ways you can trade PLX, right? Either A, it breaks, pulls back and retests, and then it shoots up to target, right? Break, retest, target. That's where you look to go long, right? On the retest. If that happens, that's a trade, right? Or we have this big possible cup and handle, right? Where it came back up into resistance for the 2nd time. Maybe it starts pulling back for us, higher low, start to U-shape back up, and then break resistance on point number 3. We can see that nice big explosive, maybe cup and handle breakout formation. So you got a possible cup and handle that could play on out. but you also have a possible break and retest, depending on how strong the stock is. Break, retest, follow through. On the retest is where you want to go long, right? On the cup and handle, there's a couple different ways to trade a cup and handle, right? You got the big cup, and then if you start to see that handle form, you could be scaling in when it's forming the handle, and then riding it through for a breakout. Or you can be buying right when the stock breaks that level of resistance. One of two ways to trade a cup and handle. So let's see, is that a break retest trade? If so, we already have a plan in place. We've already done our due diligence. We know how to take advantage of that. Or are we going to pull back and possibly set up for a cup and handle? If so, we've already done our due diligence. We already have a plan for that. So no matter what happens on PLX, right? Regardless of what happens, we have a couple plans built and we're ready to take advantage of the next opportunity and the next buy signal that we get, okay? Give me 2 seconds. I am going to use the restroom real quick. And I'll be right back. We'll see how PLX sets up and see if we have any action and any type of opportunity to lock in some great profits here on PLX before we dive into our afternoon lesson, guys. 2 minutes, and I'll be right back with you. All right, traders, we back. We are back. PLX still setting up, guys. PLX still setting on up for us. Maybe it's one big cup and handle breakout, right? Nice big old cup and handle. Let's do this. Let's take a little Fibonacci retracement off that low, back up to this high. And typically we get a 50% retracement. If it's a textbook A+ cup and handle breakout, we get that big cup, and the handle will actually form right at the 50% fib. And it's surprising that the 50% fib lines up with 175 natural support. It also puts you right at the hiccup candle, right? We know these hiccups like to hold as support. So you have 175 natural support. You have the hiccup candle right here at 175, and you have a 50% fib retracement at 175. And we know that textbook, beautiful cup and handle formations like to come back down and double bottom at the 50% fib level. So again, we have 175 natural support. We have 175 hiccup candle, and that's our 50% fib as well. So if we see this come down and give us a double bottom and it starts grinding back up towards resistance, I'm looking to take this trade for this cup and handle breakout. And again, resistance, I have marked 205, but let's see if there's any other resistance nearby. Yep, 2. So over 185, room to 2, and then room to 205. Yep. Or it just wants to go ahead and do a quick little double bottom here and break. I mean, whatever, PLX, whatever you want, baby. Ideally, we don't want to really see it dropping below that 175 mark. But that's a nice little breakout look here. I think it's going to break out here. I don't think it's going to come down to 175. Came down to 177. You see the 2 wicks. You got bounce, bounce. That's a quick double bottom. Technically speaking, that's a W. That's a double bottom. So let's still keep it on watch. If it starts breaking out here, it's probably going to shoot right on up to that $2 level. But if we still have potential to get down to 175 and bottom there, that's an even better entry. Obviously at 175, looking to take some profits at resistance of high a day of 185 and then take even more at 2. But right now, it definitely looks like it wants to break right here, right now. So I wouldn't be surprised if this breaks, quick pullback, and then the rip to $2, guys. So congrats if you guys are in PLX. If you guys are looking to trade it, congrats. Let's lock in some profits, guys. Right? Let's make it happen. Let's make some good cheddar here on PLX off a very decent little cup and handle breakout formation. So let's see. This is the 3rd attempt to break 185. A lot of selling at 185. Look at your time in sales. Look at your level 2. There's a huge wall of selling. But if he starts getting taken out, that's an indication that it's going to break. So if you come back up to 185, you have over 100,000 shares. Over 100,000 shares looking to be sold on PLX at 185. If he starts getting taken out, it'll break. Watch. 80K. If that 80K starts getting taken out, watch it break. 90K. 80K. He's at 80K. You want to see it getting taken out really fast. If that order starts getting taken out really fast, watch for a big break. It's getting taken out fast. Watch the break. Watch the high day break, guys. Look at that order getting taken out really fast. Did you see that? Did you see that order just getting taken out? 90K to 70, 60, 50, 40, 30. Really, really quick, very, very fast. That's a strong indication that the stock can break over that level of resistance. It didn't break, though. That sucks. Didn't break, but that was a strong indication that that stock was going to break out. You saw in real time that big order getting chiseled away, chiseled away, chiseled away. Very quick, very rapidly. Those are great indications that you could get those breaks. This still got rejected. It happens. Up 900 on PLX, Kevin. That's what I'm talking about, man. That's what I'm talking about. Good trading. Good trading. You know, if it ever breaks 185, you should be looking to sell it too. But again, we're always looking to take profits at high of day, right? So anytime we come up to a level of resistance, which in this case is high day resistance, we're always looking to take some kind of profits, right? So I don't know where you guys were in at. Did you guys buy the dip at 166? We were talking about a break and retest. Now that was a long freaking retest, but it came down to 166 and it held beautifully. So if you guys getting your feet wet at 166, were you guys buying the break of the downtrend at 175? Regardless of where you were in, where do you lock in some initial profits? Resistance. Where's resistance on PLX? 185. So Kevin, were you buying that dip at 166 or were you buying the break of the downtrend at 175? Either way, good job. And you said you were up 900 bucks. That's what I'm talking about. Kids King got 167. Kids King, you really like those breaks and pullbacks, don't you? I see you doing that a lot. I see you doing that a lot. Getting your breaks. If it's an immediate pullback, you're getting it. If it's a really long time frame pullback, you guys are getting those entries off those retests, stops underneath support, back up to high a day. That's what I'm talking about. Good job, guys. Good job. 167 on Kids King. 166. Kevin sold at 172, right? But next time, right? Next time, you should have been taking profit at 185. Okay, next time we need to be locking in profits at high a day, right? So if you were locking in some and then you took the rest down here at 172, that's acceptable. But knowing your entry at 166, you're at support. Where's your target? Resistance. So next time, if you guys weren't taking profits at or near 185, just do that differently next time. Scale out a little bit towards high day resistance if you see a similar trade or similar setup that you're in on your next one. And then always put yourself in a position, if you want, to leave a runner. If that would have broke 185, it could have just right to $2. And so always put yourself in a position to lock in some more profit if the stock is going to continue to rip and run. But that's what I would say different. Just readjust. Next time, try to lock in some profits at resistance. Even if it breaks, leave a little bit on the table if it breaks. But if it doesn't break like this, you're taking profits more or less at high a day versus closer to the entry. But overall, exceptional trade. Good job, good work. Hey, it's okay, man. It happens to the best of us. I remember as a new trader, like, it was the same thing for me. Getting scared, hesitant to lock in profit, because what if it goes more? What if it moves higher? I want to make more money, but what if it does that? What if it does that? You look back in hindsight, you look back after the trade, and you're like, man, I should have taken profit at 185, right? I should have taken a little bit at 185 and held a little bit just in case it broke on out. But this would have been a great example of how locking in profits at resistance pays, right? Versus getting caught up in that big rug pull, that big dump on off. So I would just say next time, right? Emotions off the table, no fear, no greed, right? Exceptional trades, right? Great entries, guys. Just next time, when you see the stock at resistance, just think, what if it dumps and gives all of those gains back? What if it goes from a great green trade to a break even a red trade? Just think about that. You're gonna be like, man, I wouldn't let it go to a red trade, right? I would want to lock in profits here because I'd want to lock in what I see, what I have on the table. So next time, think back to PLX, like, okay, last time I didn't sell at resistance and I gave about 10 cents of profit back. That was like $400. Do I just want to go ahead and lock in some more of those profits now today to put myself in a better winning profitable position? The answer is always going to be yes. So that's going to put you in the mindset in the moment to lock in profits at those highs, at those levels of resistance. So good job though, overall, guys. Good job on your entries. Good job on taking profits, getting paid. You're starting off the month great and profitable. That's a strategy, Tyler, right? You see a good long setup, you jump in. It moves up to target, you lock in profits, right? If you lock in 100%, that's up to you. If you lock in 25, 50%, that's up to you. But we should always be putting ourselves in a position to lock in some kind of profits. I don't care how much you're locking in, you just gotta lock some in, right? I usually say 25% minimum. Always look to lock in at least 25% of your position at levels of resistance, right? If you wanna lock in more, lock in more. You wanna lock it all up and do a one and done trade, lock it all up. Get yourself a one and done, regardless of what happens next. And then yes, if you do get rejected off levels of resistance and you start pulling back into new levels of support, it's a rinse and repeat, right? Stock pulls back into support, right? You look to buy back in, you sell at resistance, right? Take a little bit at resistance. Does it break out? Yes, you're locking in more money. No, it comes back down, you're out, rinse and repeat. Buy the dip, back to resistance, take profit. Does it break out? If so, you're making a crap ton of money. If not, it comes down, you're out, rinse and repeat. Buy the dip, back to, and just rinse and repeat that process if that's the type of trading you like to do, right? I'm personally a one and done trader. I buy and I sell. I don't scale in, I don't scale out. I buy, I sell, one and done, right? But if you're the type of trader like you like scaling in and scaling out, that's how you scale in, scale out, right? This is why I jumped on your team for the great feedback and teachings. I love it. That's why I do what I do. I love educating. I love teaching. I love seeing you guys make money. Like, I'm more concerned about you guys making money than I am about my own profits, right? Which is awesome. So I'm glad to see that you come in the chat. I mean, what, first week? Locking in some good profits there on PLX. Like you said, at one point, you had like $900 of profit on the table. That's amazing. That's amazing. That already pays back a year membership in one freaking trade. Right? One trade, one great opportunity, your membership's paid for the next year. So that's what I love about it, guys. So I'm glad that you guys are here, and I'm glad that you guys love what we do and the education and the value that we provide, and that you're seeing success, you're seeing results, and that's amazing. Is anybody watching ATER? I kind of looked at it, Placid. I did, ATER. But I just wasn't too crazy about it, right? It had already ripped from 240 to 370, and when I noticed it, it was starting to pull back a little bit. But you know, ATER doesn't look terrible, does it? It definitely doesn't. Came down, found support at 331 on ATER. Now here's the thing with ATER is we don't have any news today, right? There on Friday, Atrian adds seasoned industry executive to towards its board of directors, right? So that press release was dropped at 7 a.m. on Friday, that they've added Cynthia Williams to their board of directors. Nothing happened on Friday. Today, no fresh news, but ATER is starting to rip and run here a little bit. So I don't see filings, I don't see fresh news, but it's maybe getting a pop off that news from Friday. They're on ATER. So again, 330 support. You don't want to see it below 330. If it starts dropping below 330, you want to get out because you'll probably start coming back down towards around $3. But if you start to find a higher low forming here, right, a little bit of a higher low forming, boom, you have room back to 371 and then possibly 391 here on ATER. So again, maybe a boom, boom, bang, right, Placid? Nice uptrend, pulling back, 0.2, 0.3. Again, as long as you don't crack below 330 and you see the higher low form and you follow through with a break of the downtrend, you have great potential to 371 and then 390. They're on ATER. So let's keep that on watch. You know, it didn't just dump on off. It actually pulled back pretty consistently, pretty clean with ATER. So let's keep that one on high watch. LGVN, it's not doing anything, guys. PLX, maybe, right? Maybe we have potential. I mean, look at that 171 level. Support, support. Tons of support. Little bit of resistance. Holding a support. So, I mean, we still have one big channel play, right? One big channel on PLX. You got bottom channel support at 166. Top channel resistance at 185. You are holding a higher low here. Right off confirmed support at 171. So if you want to buy here, you could. And you're looking to take profit at 185 and then up towards around $2. Your stops would be below the bottom channel support. Honestly, if you're buying this higher low and that's going to be a confirmed higher low, you can get away with 170 stops on PLX. So right now, it's still not looking bad. Big channel, still could be a cup and handle breakout. But again, you're forming a higher low inside of this channel. Bottom channel support 166, top channel resistance 185. You're seeing the higher low form inside of this channel, which is ideal for a channel breakout, and you're holding the downtrend, old downtrend resistance, you're holding it as support, and not only the downtrend as new support, but look at that prior support at 171. Look at all that support at 171. Look how it turned into resistance. Look how it's support now. So stops would be ideally below 170. If you can afford to put stops at 164, you're putting it underneath channel support. Top resistance 185, breaking 185, you're taking more profits at $2 there on PLX. So Adam, Trader Adam, if you're taking profit at high a day, and then you're getting stopped out of the rest of your position, you're losing, that tells me you're not bringing your stop loss up to break even, right? So when we're in a trade and we start taking profits at targets, what do we do to secure those profits? The stop loss goes to break even. So if you're taking profit at high a day and then stopped out of the rest of your position, and that stop loss was then break even, you would be securing the profits that you were taking at high a day. But if you're taking profits at high a day and you're not bringing your stop loss up and the stock comes down and stops you out, absolutely. You could have a green trade to a break-even trade or a slightly red trade, right? So that's why anytime we're taking profits, it's just one of those things that we should do. It's not, you don't have to, but it's one of those things we should do. Because if we take profits, we have profit on the table. If we bring our stop loss to break even and we're stopped out, we're still securing the profits that we initially locked in as we were trimming at levels of resistance or high a day. So, and that's the only adjustment. Yeah, so that's the one adjustment. And I appreciate you saying that, because again, this is what we need in chat. Traders like Adam say, hey, listen, I'm taking profit at high a day, Josh, but I'm getting stopped out for losses. And I see that, I'm like, you need to bring that stop to break even after you scale out. And you're like, oh, that's what I wasn't doing. That's it? That's all I'm missing? Yeah, that's all you're missing, right? Because think about it. When you locked in profits at high a day, and if you would have gotten stopped out at break even on the rest, you would have been profitable, wouldn't you have? You'd be like, yeah, I would have been profitable. Not $1 million bucks, but green is green. It's a profitable trade. You're learning how to trade, and now all you have to do is take more size to see bigger profits. So 100%, when you're in a trade, you have a stop. And this is a good example on TMC, right? TMC was a great example on how I'm in. We get a quick pop, we pull back, we confirm a higher low, and what do? Stops go up to risk-free. I'm not even taking profits yet, but I'm looking at the chart and I'm reading the chart, and the chart gave me an opportunity to take my stop from 256 to 266. And guess what? My entry was at 266. So surprisingly, at that point in time, I was able to go risk-free. And what did I do? I locked in profits at 281, 285, 277. But what did I do? I still did not budge my stop loss. My stop loss was still break even. So if this stock would have dumped on off and I still had some size on the table, I would have gotten stopped out at break even on my remaining position, but I would have still locked in some profits on the trade. So that's it. That's the only thing you're missing, is bringing those stops up to break even when you start locking in profits. You're always guaranteeing yourself a winning position, a winning trade by doing that. May not be the biggest trade, but you're always putting yourself in a winning position. Josh, this morning I saw a new chat room. What's to the right of Signals chat? Am I losing my mind as it isn't there now? So yeah, Steve, so we added a new chat room. So we have a new membership that we're going to be releasing. It's an introduction membership, right? So you get limited access to the live stream of the chat rooms, right? You get limited access, 45 minutes. Same thing that we do on YouTube. It's just now being built into chat. So you can watch the live stream inside the chat room, the platform, and you can chat in the free message room as well from 9 to 9:45, just like YouTube. And then every now and then during the week, we'll leave that free room open all day like we do on YouTube. You'll get limited access to some lessons in the video lessons library. You get some limited access to some morning stock newsletters. So some just cool things that we're doing. Basically, we're doing what we do on YouTube, right? Live stream for 45 minutes. You can chat, ask me questions. We're just building that functionality inside of chat. So now members can sign up for an intro membership. They can get the live stream for 45 minutes. They can ask questions. I can see those. You can engage with them as well if you want to. Say, hey, welcome. It's just a cool little functionality, little feature that we added in. So yeah, you're not losing your mind. You'll see that free message room open from 9 a.m. to 9:45 every single day. One day during the week, you'll see it there all day from 9 until 4 during those free sessions that we do once a week. No, I don't have a Discord. I have my own Discord, Tyler. So I built my own trading platform. So we trade over at alphadaytrading.com. We build our own Discord in a sense. So I'm working with traders inside of chat right now. All right, so this is our chat room right here. And I'm just having some fun with traders in chat. We're talking, we're having fun. And we're seeing some profits too. Nice, we got Charles up 0.7 on the account value. My target is 1% each day. Not a bad start to the day, not a bad start to the week. Cole throwing up his first green month that he's ever had. That's amazing. Corey locking in profits. Chris, oh, these are from Friday. You guys are still crushing it on Friday though, guys. So good job. Yeah, we have the live stream inside of chat, and we have the chat rooms inside of the platform as well. Tilleray, setting up for a cup and handle. Let's check it out. No, not really. Not really, because you'd want to see the big cup at high a day or at resistance, and then that higher low handle formation. So you're not really seeing that cup and handle. So a cup and handle, more or less PLX, right? Big U shape, back up to high a day, higher low, back up to high a day, and then a break. Okay, so you're starting to see a little bit of that cup and handle formation on PLX. We go look at TLRY, right? That high wasn't at high day resistance, right? So if this would have been one massive U shape all the way up to 475, or I'm sorry, 745, right? And then that higher low forming, that would be a really nice cup and handle breakout. Yep. But it still has potential, right? There's still some decent potential here with TLRY. Throw yourself a nice little trend line on TLRY. And as long as it holds the trend line, Kamal, you're good to go back up to 745 to 750. You start breaking 745 to 750, you do have room to $8 on Tilray. Right now, you really don't want to see it putting in a lower low. That's back below 720. And ideally, you'd like to see it hold the trend line and actually bounce off the trend line back to the open on Tilray. And ATER is starting to set up for a possible boom, boom, bang, guys, right? So we have a potential little downtrend break setup forming here on ATER. So ATER, guys, is on high watch here. And don't forget about PLX. This stock is on high watch as well, guys. PLX for that break over 185 to $2. And if this is not a cup and handle, right? If this is not one big cup and handle breakout, what pattern are you starting to see form on PLX? What pattern is this? You have a big cup and handle that we just talked about for the past 30 minutes or so. But if it doesn't break here right now, and it continues to build these higher lows with flat resistance until it gets tight, 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 and possibly pops and squeezes, what kind of pattern could we see on PLX if the cup and handle doesn't play on out? So what pattern has flat resistance with higher lows? What pattern has flat resistance with higher lows? Right? So we have flat resistance, higher low. Flat resistance, higher low. Flat resistance, higher low. Flat resistance, higher low. And then 80% of the time, we get a nice little break. What kind of pattern is this, guys? Trader Adam, correct. That would be an ascending triangle formation. Absolutely. So if you guys do not know ascending triangles, go ahead and take a screenshot of PLX or get yourself a notepad and draw what I just drew, right? Go ahead and write this down. Ascending triangles, flat resistance with higher lows, right? And you can see that triangle formation here on PLX. So again, when you have a stock that has flat resistance, building higher lows into resistance, that could be one big ascending triangle breakout, and these are bullish continuation formations. So 80% of the time, the stock will break resistance and start ripping. 20% of the time, the stock will crack support and start dumping. But these are 80-20 setups. 80% of the time, they will break to the upside. 20% of the time, they crack to the downside, right? These are ascending triangle breakout formations, okay? Ascending triangle breakouts. Sorry, I just heard something beep and it threw me off. And they are bullish continuation formations, right? They are meant to break resistance off the higher lows and continue higher. So you do have a potential ascending triangle breakout formation right now on PLX. And this is an ascending triangle, guys, right? So you have flat resistance, rising lower trend line, building higher lows, getting very, very tight inside of the triangle, getting very tight inside of that triangle. And then it gets explosive and it breaks to the upside, right? So again, getting very, very tight in the apex. We call it the apex. It's the point where you're right there in the tip right below resistance, right above support, and you literally have no more room to go. Like, it's got to make a decision, up, down, right? You have literally nowhere else to go. You're so tight, right? You're getting so compressed. That's the apex. And then typically with these formations on strong stocks, they break to the upside and continue higher. So that would be an ascending triangle breakout formation here on PLX. So it still could be one big cup and handle, right? It still could be one big cup and handle pattern, because we know what cup and handles look like. We've seen them time and time and time and time again, right? So a cup and handle breakout formation is basically kind of what we're seeing right here at this point in time on PLX, right? Big run up into a level of resistance, big run up into a level of resistance, nice pullback, back into that level of resistance, back into that level of resistance, and then it forms the handle, and on the third attempt, it breaks. On the third attempt, it breaks. So when you start to see cup and handles, either A, they break and you see a cup and handle, or B, they could actually set up in the form of an ascending triangle, right? So if you do have a failed cup and handle breakout formation, you could still see it form one big ascending triangle, right? So again, this could have been a cup and handle, right? High a day, big U shape, right? Higher low, big U shape. That could have been a cup and handle, but it failed, right? Came back down, but it's still set up in an ascending triangle breakout formation, right? So cup and handles that fail could still set up for ascending triangle breakout formations, just so you guys know. So right now, you're starting to see that break. It's not dumping back down below. You want to see this hold 185. 185 was resistance. So if this closes back below 184, it's not going to be a cup and handle, right? It's not going to be a cup and handle. As long as this candle stays above 184, you still have potential to $2. Is it bad to keep trading the same stock over and over each month? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. If you have a stock that you know, and you're comfortable with it, and you know how it moves, you know how it sets up, you know price action, and you're confident and comfortable, and you know that stock, trade it over and over and over again. Absolutely. As long as the stock's tradable, you can trade it as much as you want. That is not bad whatsoever. That's good. Like options. Options. I only trade the same stocks for options. I don't go trade SPCE. I don't trade BlackBerry options. I don't trade AMC options. What options do I trade? The stocks that are on my options watch list. I trade those over and over and over and over again. Penny stocks are different though. Penny stocks, you get a couple of days and then they're dead. Couple of days, they're dead. One day, they're dead. It's rare that you have a stock that you can trade over and over and over and over and over again. That's a penny stock, right? Because they're usually one and dones, right? News, big rip, it's done. Usually every day you have a brand new stock on your watch list for penny stocks. But if you find that stock that you know it and you know how it moves, right? And you're comfortable and you're confident with it and you just know that stock, like Matt and Facebook, trade it over and over and over again, right? You probably traded Facebook 30 to 50 times so far this year. There's nothing wrong with it whatsoever. You find that one stock that you're just comfortable and confident with, and you read it correctly, and it works for you, keep trading it over and over and over and over. Like 2020, for 2 months in a row, we were trading SPCE. That's all we were trading was SPCE for like 2 months, and we were freaking crushing it for the 2 months because we got to know the stock, how it's moving, how it sets up, and we just got consistent and confident with it, and we were trading SPCE as like the one stock for like 45 days. There was not another stock we traded besides SPCE for 45 days because that stock had the opportunity. We knew the stock. We knew how it moved. We knew how to trade the stock. So, yep, and you're still looking for a $2 target, but here's the thing, guys. You should always be doing what? What should you guys be doing? Locking in profits, right? You should always be putting yourself in a position to get paid. The stock just broke 185 and hit 193. It's only 7 cents. So it doesn't seem like a lot. You're like, dude, it just literally went 7 cents. That's 5%, guys. 5%. That's not a bad area to lock in profits. Who makes 5% that easy? Most people dream to get 5% a year, right? People dream to get 10% a year. But you can make 5 to 10% in like 3 minutes, right? But you have to lock in profits, right? If you're not locking in profits, you never realize that 5 to 10% gain. So always put yourself in a position to get paid, right? That's the one thing you'll hear me say every single day, right? No matter what, always put yourself in a position to get paid to lock in profits, and also put yourself in a position to continue to lock in profits if the stock continues to go in your favor. Tyler sold half at 190. Good job. Yep, see, again, taking that trade, nice little break, 5-10 cents, lock in some profits. Sell half, sell 25%, because we know a stock could set up and look great and then dump. How many times have you seen a phenomenal setup? It looks so great, it's so good, we're in it, oh yeah, let's go, and then it dumps, and you're like, oh shit, that sucks, I just gave back all my profits. But if you're putting yourself in a position when it rips up to scale out, scale out, scale out, even if it dumps, guess what? You don't care. Why do you not care? Because I still walked away profitable. If the stock doesn't dump and it keeps ripping, guess what? You still have some size on the table to keep locking in more profits. Always be locking in profits. AB lip, right? That's what we call it. AB lip. Always be locking in profits. Weeble's good for new traders. Weeble is okay for new traders, Kevin. You could go to TD Ameritrade, Thinkorswim, right? That's my second choice. So here's what I say. As a brand new trader, you have two options, in my opinion. You have Weeble and you have TD Ameritrade. They're both great brokers and great platforms for a brand new trader. But as you start to become more experienced and you start to take bigger position sizing, and a penny makes a difference. Like on 1,000 shares, a penny's $10. So a penny makes a difference. On 10,000 shares, a penny is $100, right? 1 penny makes a huge difference. If you're taking 10,000 shares, you're not going to want to do it with Weeble, in my opinion. You're not going to want to do it with TD Ameritrade, in my opinion. Where do you need to go? A premium day trading broker, right? Where their focus is order execution and quality, right? Lightspeed, Centerpoint Securities, Cobra, right? But as a newer trader, 1 penny isn't really going to make or break your day or your P&L, because you're probably trading 10 shares, 100 shares, right? You're getting your feet wet. Weeble is a great platform to get your feet wet on, and so is TD Ameritrade is a great platform to get your feet wet on. Courtesy to Alpha Day Trading from Tyler over on YouTube. Buying it back if it dips, holding the rest for $2. Nice, buddy. Right, take profit, rinse and repeat. Right, we came into the trend line, we formed a higher low. Rinse and repeat, buy back in, sell into resistance. Right, rinse and repeat. Continue the rinse and repeat until the trend breaks. As long as the stock is in an uptrend, you can rinse and repeat. Pull back, buy, higher high, exit. Pull back, enter, higher high, exit. As long as the stock's in an uptrend, you can rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, and play the uptrend. The second the trend line, the second the trend reverses, that's when you want to be completely out and you're no longer buying those dips. So as long as the stock's building higher highs and higher lows consistently, rinsing and repeating works. But if you start to see a lower high and a lower low, you don't want to rinse and repeat and buy those dips, because then you're trading against the trend. The stock's downtrending, you don't want to be going long in a downtrend. You want to be going short, right? So you can rinse and repeat to the short side at that point in time. But as long as the stock's building higher highs, higher lows, buying the dips, rinse and repeat, it works. LLL. They signed a $30 million sales agreement. That's gonna 3x their 2020 revenue. So the revenue they made in 2020, that one sales agreement is 3x the revenue of 2020. So LLL has some really good news there. That's going to bring in some interest, I would think. Is it a pump and dump? We don't know. Is it going to pump on up and dump on off? Only time will tell. But right now, there is a credible reason for LLL to be moving. And this is a prior stock that's made some big moves. I mean, this stock went from $2 to $7 on LLL. So right now, we definitely want to be keeping this one on high watch above 431 on LLL. Right now, high watch LLL. ATER just broke that downtrend. Stops under 330. Target 371. Stops under 330, 371, 391 targets on ATER. PLX, you're right at $2. You're right at $2. Take another 25%. Right? Take a little bit, because that was your target, right? 166, 185, $2. Those are your targets. Now, if PLX breaks 2 and you're like, Josh, I want to leave a runner on the table, right? I want to leave a runner. I'm in at 166. I took 25% at 185. I took 25% at $2. I have 50% of my position left. What do? Right now, hard stop at break even. That's the lowest your stop loss goes, is break even. And if you want to leave a runner, where do you need to lock in more profits? Maybe 205 to 206, and then 228. Anything over 228, you do have room to 260, and then you have room to 298. So right now, maybe you took 50% of your position, right? Stop at break even. You're locking in the profits that you've already made. Nothing different. You're locking in your profits, 100%. You're going to walk away from this trade profitable. Stop at break even, right? If it comes all the way back down to 166, it's probably dead anyway, right? As long as you hold 185 and break and hold 2, again, you have room to 228, 260, and then you have that gap fill at 298. So whatever you want to do, you want to lock it all up and be done for the day, make your $500 and say, I don't even care what happens next, because $500 for 3 hours of trading is not bad, right? You do that consistently every single day, you're making 6 figures a year. Or do you think the stock has potential to 220, 260, 290? If you do, put yourself in a position, risk-free, to continue to leave a runner on the table to keep locking in profits. So we got some profits and profits chat. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. 435. That's what I'm talking about. So good job there, team. You're at your $2 target. So now's a good time to lock in a little bit of profits if you haven't done so. Put yourself in a winning position, guys. So we got a lot of people taking half at 190. Maybe you're locking in another 10, 20% at 2. Stop at break even, right? If it comes down and stops you out at break even, guess what? You're locking in profit. If it holds a higher low and it finds support, guess what you can do? Rinse and repeat. Rebuy the dip and do the same thing over and over and over, as long as the stock is in an uptrend. Man, I had a lesson prepared for the day. But right now, there's opportunity in the market, guys, and I don't want to take our focus away from money, right? You guys are here to learn. You guys are here to make money, right? As we're making money, we're learning. Wouldn't you guys agree? Like the setups that we see, there's a lot of education behind the setups, building of the plans, stops, targets, what we want to see. There's a lot of education when we're trading. And then again, so come the profits. So right now, I do have a lesson planned for the day. But with all of this opportunity in the market, I would hate to take our focus away when we can actually still learn, provide that education, but make money at the same time. So what do you guys say? Keep trading, keep locking in profits, and keep pushing that value and that education behind the trades that we see, because this is a good opportunity to learn in real time. 100%. You know, I'm always educating, right? My mindset's always about education, education, education. Now, if the market's dead and there's no trades to educate upon, then that's when we're going to dive into these structured lessons. And I had a really nice lesson prepared for us. But if the market's hot today, giving us winners, we'll do the lesson tomorrow. I agree. Hands-on learning like this is the best way. Now, don't get me wrong. Lessons are great, right? I love doing lessons. But when you have opportunity in the market and you have someone that can provide education behind setups, not just alert them, but alert them with education, hands-on is the best way to learn. So it's up to you guys. Inside the chat, what do you guys want to do? Keep trading and keep learning in real time, or do you guys want to take a step back and dive into a lesson? I've been long DCFC at 761. DCFC at 761. Why does every trade, Kamal, why does every stock that you tell me to look at, you're up substantially, right? You're up substantially. You're up what? 761. The stock's at 995. Can I ask you a question, Kamal? Have you locked in any profits yet? Have you locked in any profits? You know that's going to be my first response, dude. Is all right. You're in at 760. You're up over $2 a share. Have you locked in any profits yet? No? Let me ask you this question real quick. DCFC. If this stock opens at 761 tomorrow, and you don't lock any profits today, let's say you do nothing to DCFC, you don't do anything, and the stock opens at 761, and you cut it. Would you be upset tomorrow that you didn't take profit today? I don't know, right? If you get stopped out at break even tomorrow, but you have an opportunity to lock in some profits when you're up $2.30 a share, would you be upset tomorrow? Yes. So what do you think you should do? If you already know you're going to be upset with yourself for not locking in profits tomorrow, if that happens, what do you think you should do? You should probably lock in some profits, right? If you're like, no, I wouldn't be upset, right? I wouldn't be upset at all. I'm risk-free. I'd be breaking even. I think it has potential to 11, 12 bucks. I wouldn't be upset. Then hold the damn thing, right? But if you think you're going to be upset tomorrow, if that were to play out, then lock in profits, because here's the thing, that could play out, right? The stock could gap down at $7 off an offering. You never know what's going to happen. Those are those unforeseen variables. So when you have an opportunity to pay yourself, pay yourself. I'm not saying lock up 100%. I'm saying lock in something and feel good about the trade that you've made money on. Feel good about it. Actually feel those the profit. Earn those profits. Get paid. Feel good. But I would say if you break over 1010, all right, let's get back to what I see. If you break 1010, you have room to 11. If you break 11, you have room to 1181. If you break 1181, you can see 1285. So I would say right now you have potential to 11 and 1180 on DCFC if we can break above 1010. You do not want to see it dropping below 9. It really, in reality, you don't want to see it below 9. Look at that spiking high. Look at that spiking high at 915. Look at the high a day at 915. Look what happened when we gapped up. We pulled back and retested it, and we've been consolidating very nicely with higher lows. So we have a gap up. We didn't dump on back off. We've been consolidating under resistance for about 2 weeks now. What do stocks like to do before they break resistance? They like to consolidate under resistance. Basically, they're getting primed and ready for a breakout. This stock is getting primed and ready for a break over 1010. So I like it. I think it could break out. I do. If it falls back below $9, I would be out 100%. That would just be me, right? Because I see that level at $9. If it drops back below $9, I'm out 100%. I would still lock in a little bit of profit at resistance, personally, and hold a little bit, stops under 9, see if it can break 1010, and if so, lock in some profits at 11, and then lock in even more at 1181. And if it does start really taking on off, I mean, technically speaking, you could retest the all-time high. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but it could. But that's how I would manage this trade if I was in. So what I would, and just here's what I would do. I don't want to tell you what to do, but this is what I would do if I was in the trade, based on your entry and where we're currently at right now. Lock in 25% or 50% right now, right? 25 or 50, one of the two. Stops would be right at 9. That would be me. I'd want to give it a little bit of breathing room below that level. So I'd go stops right at 9, but honestly, if I could, maybe a stop at like 880. Because not only are you putting your stop below that 915 level of prior resistance, aka new support, you're also going to be able to get it underneath the 20 EMA. But even if you're stopped at 880 with a 780 entry, you're still locking up another dollar. So you're locking up profits here for $2.30 a share. If you get stopped out at 880, you're still locking in more profit for $1 per share. That would be my approach, right? But do what you think is best, right? You're here every day, Kamal, asking questions. You know the right things to do and the wrong things to do. So keep doing what's right, making good trades, putting yourself in a position to get paid. Stops are at least break even, or put a stop at a good place based on the chart. And we can see a good place is around 875 to 880. And we are building up pretty decently here on DCFC, right? You could even probably throw a little bit of a trend line here, right? As long as you hold this trend line and build up underneath resistance, you can see a nice big break coming on up on DCFC. So I like it. It's not bad at all, man. ATR, break and retest of the trend line, stops under 330, 370, and 390 targets. And PLX, it's kind of starting to slow down a little bit, right? It's starting to slow down a little bit here on PLX. MULN, I'm not ready yet. BKKT, we're not ready for a trade there yet. TMC, we can take that off the watch list. How's FRGE doing? It's not doing. Twitter trying to grind on back up here to high a day. How's oil doing? Looking for oil to possibly get that break this week so we can go maybe swing some oil calls on USO. The VIX is still falling. You got the Q's green today up 1%. The SPY's up 0.5%. Still have to see. Those Fed minutes should be released this week, right? Were the Fed minutes released, or are they going to be released this week? So they'll be unveiled this week. It doesn't give me an exact day on the Fed minutes, but we'll definitely need to keep an eye on that because the minutes capturing the meeting that took place March 15th, the 16th, will unveil more of their monetary policy. You know, how they're going to shrink their balance sheet, talk more about inflation, talk about what we can expect for these rate hikes, blah, 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 blah. So we're going to have a lot more details, and we should have those minutes this week, maybe on Wednesday. Because I'm looking at the Fed's website right now, and I do not see any information about those Fed minutes even being out. So SPI. I don't see anything on SPI. No. Let me ask you this, George. I like to always get you guys involved and have you guys looking at charts and giving me feedback, right? I can give you a clean, quick answer. The answer would be no. But let me ask you this. What do you see on SPI, right? You're asking, do I see a potential breakout, right? What do you see that suggests a potential breakout? Look at the big picture. Look at the daily chart. Then come over and look at like a 5-minute and a 1-minute time frame. What do you see that suggests we could see a breakout here on SPI? Tyler CS says, this is my first day trading and I'm already making money. Hey, that's awesome, man. That's awesome. First day in, making some cash, first day trading. That's awesome. I mean, that means you're in the right place. And I'm going to be the buzzkill, Tyler. I'm going to be the buzzkill, right? You're going to lose at some point. Like, what? Come on, don't kill my high. I want to set expectations, guys. I want you to make money 100% of the time. So I'm rooting for you. But if you do have a red day, let's say you have a red day sometime this week. Not saying you're going to, but let's say you do, right? It's normal. It's going to happen. Keep your red days really small. Keep your grin days big like this, right? So just know that, hey, we want to be right 100% of the time, but we'll come to find out we're right maybe 60 to 70% of the time. So just have that reality set in your head. Like, I could lose. I could have a red trade. I could have a red day, but just do your best to keep those losses really, 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 really small, right? And you're always going to stay winning at the end of the day. But good job, good work. I hate being the buzzkill guy, but I like to set the right expectations in a positive way, right? Not beat you down, but set expectations in a positive way where you have a good outlook, right? And you have the right mindset to continue to make consistent profits. So play it smart. Always have a plan like you did today on PLX. Never be greedy. Lock in profits. If the trade goes against you, cut your losses quick. Walk away from the trade. There's always going to be another stock to set up. There's always another day in the market, right? We want to make sure that our accounts are still here. So we want to make sure we're cutting those losses quick and holding on to those winners as long as we possibly can. Well, you got $1,600 from AZ, $1,600. That's what I'm talking about. Right, so remember the trend is your friend. When we see stocks breaking out, we typically see stocks breaking out with bullish continuation patterns, right? Like PLX, right? Big picture, uptrend. Can we expect a breakout and move higher? Absolutely, right? Because we're in a bigger picture uptrend. Higher high, higher low. Higher high, higher low. Breakouts. Right? We can break too. We're in a very strong uptrend. Buyers are winning right now. Buyers are in control. We go look at SPI, right? We're in a clear downtrend, building lower highs and lower lows, lower highs and lower lows. So if the stock breaks out, it would break out to the downside, right? You want to play with the trend. You wouldn't be looking for a breakout to the long side. You'd be looking for a breakout to the short side. However, you could see a reversal. So it wouldn't be a breakout trade. It would be a reversal trade. So when stocks are dumping and selling off and they start to find a bottom and you start to see that reversal, right, from downtrend to uptrend, that wouldn't be a breakout trade. That would be a reversal trade. That then could turn into a breakout trade, right? But downtrend, sideways to uptrend is a reversal. You could see a reversal on SPI. I don't see one yet. You could. But if you do see a breakout, right, you're trading the trend. If it were to break out and continue its trend, it would break out to the downside and dump. That would be a good short. Hey, Addy, thank you, PLX. $500 from Addy. Ow! That's what I'm talking about. Addy, way to go. Way to go. Kits King, way to go. Charles, way to go. Crypto Cole, way to go. Addy, have you even been in chat for a month yet, Addy? I'm gonna put you on the spot, Addy, if I can do that. Is that okay? I want to. If it's not okay, just give me the middle finger emoji. I think we got one of those. You can give it to me. Addy has been in chat for what? About less than a month now. How much are you up? If you don't mind me asking. If you don't want to share that, don't share that. I'm curious. How have you been doing so far in the last 30 days of being inside of chat? Are you green? Substantially green? Like, how you feeling? How do you like it? I like picking your guys' brains, right? Especially newer traders that are new to chat and seeing some great success right out of the gate. It just fires me up. Absolutely fires me up. Josh, I'm down on BBIG since 353 and trying to stay faithful and be patient, but it's up and down for days now. Let's go look at BBIG, my man. But before I do that, let me make sure I didn't miss any other questions. So we talked SPI. All right, cool. So, So, and this is Kevin's first day. So I like to ask traders, you know, first month in. So Addy, congratulations, by the way. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I want to use this as an example, right? Addy's been in chat for a month. She's very green. She's up about 15% on her account. That's amazing. And the key thing that I want to point out here is consistency, right? Addy didn't come in, trade an alert to make 100% on her account and not know what happened. Addy came in. I guarantee she's in the video lessons library. Guarantee it. She's in that video lessons library. She's showing up. She's listening. I guarantee she's taking notes. I guarantee she's logging her trades. I guarantee she's doing all of the right things that I preach every single day. And she's knowing how to trade. She's learning the setups. She's taking these setups on her own by building her plans and doing her due diligence. And she's made 15%, right? It's not that I've basically held her hand through the process to make 15%. She's made 15%. Why? Again, I guarantee she's in that video lessons library. Guarantee she's logging those trades. Guarantee that she's listening and learning and taking notes, right? Taking that initiative, studying, applying, seeing success. Congratulations. That's awesome. Kamal, been with Josh for 3 months now and up 27,000. Ah, you guys are firing me up. I'm I'm done trading forever, indefinitely. I'm no longer a day trader. I'm an educator. That's it. I'm just gonna work with you guys. Screw my own trading. I'm here for you. I'm done. I'm done. We're gonna keep seeing freaking profits. That's what I'm talking about. All right, my bad, my bad. BBIG, my man, BBIG. I just like getting fired up. You guys fire me up. BBIG, support at what is that, 290. So you got 290 support, up, down, up, down, up, down. But you got very clean, very solid support at 291, Kamal, on BBIG. Resistance, 345. Over 345, 383. Over 383, 200-day moving average at 407. As far as any kind of like really nice daily setup, not seeing it, right? The other stock you told me about, DCFC, that was a decent little daily setup, right? It's consolidating under resistance, building higher lows, getting primed and ready for a breakout, right? Let's look at BBIG, daily chart. It's just messy, right? You know that, I know that. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. It's messy, there's no technical setup, no technical formation. So again, we're just looking at basic levels of support and resistance right now. You have the 50 SMA at 287. You have the 20 EMA at 287. You have prior support, current support as well, 290. So right now, if you start dropping below those moving averages and 290 support, where do you see it going? I have a gap fill, right? There's a gap to be filled here on the daily. So if you start cracking support, you're probably gonna come back down to fill this gap at 250. If you don't crack support, you got a lot of support, 50 SMA, 20 EMA, prior 290 support, current 290 support, you even put a doji in right there at 290. So you got a couple separate reasons, quite a few separate reasons that signal 290 strong support. And if strong support cracks, it's probably gonna dump really hard down to fill that gap at 250. But if we can bounce nice and clean off this level, you can see it back up at 345, over 345, 383, over 383, 200-day moving average at 407. Kevin, I mean, we try, baby. We try, man. Like, we all know each other personally. I mean, kind of personally, right? I know everybody's names. I kind of know where they live. I'm going to find you guys. But no, it's not just, you know, a big group of traders that don't know anybody. Like, we know everybody, right? We know each other. We talk to each other. We're like one big family. That's what I really like about this team. And why I love this team is we're one big family. Not just a community, not just a team. We're all those things. But most importantly, we're one big Alpha Day Trading ADT family. And that's what I love about this community, guys. It's just we're one big family that we're all here to help each other succeed, to make money in the market. And that's what we're doing, guys. We're doing it consistently, left and right. So I love it. And I love being here. I make it easy? Thank you. So I do try to simplify the process. So I'm glad that you guys can see that I really try and simplify the trading process to make it easy. It doesn't have to be hard. It doesn't have to be complicating. The only reason that trading's hard and complicating is we make it hard, right? But if we can just simplify the trading process, it's going to make our jobs a lot easier. And when we're making profits, those profits are going to come easier, not harder. So I love it. So yeah, I don't really see a lot with SPI. I broke down BBIG for you. LLL still pulling back into that 431 level. I mean, right now, yeah, it's okay. It's okay on LLL. You know, we could bounce off 430, but I'm not like overly crazy about it. ATR was your trade, guys. ATR was a great break and retest of the downtrend. Nice tight stops, decent reward. You still have about 10 cents to go on ATER. PLX, rinse and repeat, guys. Rinse and repeat. It starts getting riskier here, right? These trades, these rinse and repeat trades, start getting riskier here. 1, 2, 3. This is the fourth point, right? The fourth point of the trend line. After point number 3 of trend lines, they start getting risky because you start seeing them crack and dump on off. So again, you got to break over 185 to 2. You hit target. Pulling back to 185. Old resistance, new support. What else do we have here to suggest support at 185? You have this trend line that's been validated all day. So again, rinse and repeat, 185. Stops below 185, below the trend line. Maybe a 180 stop. Target, 2, 205, 206, and then, what is it, 220? 228. But just keep in mind, these get riskier here. These, not risky, right? But now, just because we're coming in the lunch, number 1, we're losing volume, number 2, and this is the 4th bounce off the trend line, right? In bounce number 4, bounce number 5, it gets riskier and riskier and riskier because that's when we typically start to see trend lines crack. So if you start to see the stock dipping below the trend line, closing below the trend line, get out, walk away. It's probably going to dump back down to 166. But as long as you continue to see buyers here and buying volume at the trend line off that prior level of resistance, 185 is new support, you still have potential back up to 2. Anything over 2 and 205, you could see 220s next on PLX. I was messing with you guys on Friday, April Fool's Day. I was like, you know what? I'm done. I'm going to trade. I can't do this anymore. I'm done. And everybody's like, don't even freaking mess with me right now. Don't mess with me. You're here forever. I'm making sure I'm never doing anything different. I don't know why I just turned my hat backwards. But yeah, I'm going to do this for years to come. I love doing this, man. I love doing it. Like I told you guys last week, and I'm not even joking, like if this meant setting my own trading aside, like I'm just not trading. Maybe I swing trade, I invest, but I'm no longer day trading because my focus 100% is with team members in chat, seeing you guys profit. I would do it. That's how much I love working with you guys and helping you guys become successful. So I'm going to do this for years to come, right? As long as there's individuals willing to learn how to trade stocks, I'm going to do this for years and years and years to come because you guys are my priority. If you're not successful, I'm doing something wrong. If you guys are successful, I'm doing something right. And I want to make sure that each and every one of you are successful. I don't care if this is a full-time career, part-time gig, side income. I just want everybody to be successful. And I'm going to do this until everybody's successful. So I love it, guys. I love it. We got more questions. You don't need crazy profit. You lock in, make your money, build your portfolio. Every profit you lock in means more money on the next trade. 100%, Tyler. Compound little by little by little. How do you get those green lines on your charts? So these are Thinkorswim's price levels. So you go to that little money symbol. So if you just click your little active tool down here, the little hand, right? Next to your drawing set, right? You got that little drawing tools, right? Active tools. Click that and go up to the little money sign, right? Little money sign with the arrow or the line underneath, and then just draw one up on your chart, right? So go find a stock and draw that up on your chart. It's going to look like this. Probably going to look just like this when you do it for the first time, right? It's probably what it looks like. When you draw these up, they're going to look just like this, right? And you're like, that sucks. I don't want those. I want your green ones. So right-click that red line, right? Right-click the red line, go to Edit Properties. Okay, what I do is I put my left extension on, my right extension on, price, I show it on the left. I change the color from red to green, and the style from solid to dashed, and this is how I want it. Then I click Save as Default. When I click Save as Default and hit OK, every other line that I draw will be the green dashed line with the prices off to the left. Absolutely, Scott. First day, best Monday of his life. Thank you for what you're doing. Dude, if this is the best Monday of your life, you just fired me up 1,000 times more. That's awesome to hear. Awesome stuff. How do you plan for taxes as a day trader? So I personally liquidate every quarter. That's just the way I've been doing it recently, is I'll liquidate profits every quarter unless I have a huge month. If I have a huge month, I want to mentally reset, right? Because if I have a huge month, sometimes naturally I think I have a safety net. So let's say my goal is 10,000 a month. That means in 3 months, right around 30K. But let's say month 1 I make 30K. I'm like, well, shit. I have 2 months to go, right? I have breathing room, right? I was only supposed to make 10K this month. I made an additional 20. So sometimes naturally as a human, you think that you have $20,000 of wiggle room, right? As long as you don't go back below 10, you're still hitting your goal. I'll risk 20 grand. No. If I have a big month like that, and I think that it's gonna mess with my mindset, I liquidate right then and there. I just liquidate, done. And I reset, it's a fresh slate, it's a fresh start. But normally, we're looking at a 30-day average, or a 90-day average for me anyway, quarterly. So every quarter, I withdraw. I liquidate back down to my starting balance. And I fresh reset every quarter as far as account balance. Whatever is above my account balance, I liquidate every 90 days, and it goes into an account. Right off the bat, the second I make my withdrawal, what do? 25% taxes. It's not going to be 25% if you have a good CPA. 25% taxes right off the bat. So if I pull out 10 grand and I make a withdrawal from my account, $10,000 of profit, what's the first thing I do? $2,500 into a separate savings account labeled taxes. The rest of the money is mine. I can do whatever I want with it, right? I pay my bills, go on a vacation, doesn't matter. Before I do anything, 25% of what I liquidate goes into taxes. So I noticed the chat doesn't jump back to the bottom when someone sends a message. Kit's King, I read your message over the weekend, and you said when you scroll up in the morning and someone posts a message, it pushes you all the way back down to the bottom. All the way down to the bottom. And you're like, I want to scroll up and read messages. So you see that little blue button right here? Right? So at the very bottom of the feed, there's no blue button. So every order or every message that comes through, like that, will hit the bottom, right? But if you start scrolling up to read prior messages, you see that little blue button that popped up? We've locked the scroll. So the scroll is locked. So if I type a message here, it doesn't push me back down to the bottom of the page, right? So I'm gonna say yes. You see how it's not jumping me back down to the current message unless I click the blue button. So click the blue button and it forces you back down to the bottom of the page. So every new message that comes in, you're gonna see them come in, right? So if you notice a blue icon, that means your scroll is locked. It's not gonna force you back down to the bottom of the message feed. But if you click that little blue button and that blue button disappears, you're stuck at the bottom. You're gonna see every new message that starts to come through. Now let me delete all these messages. Yeah, I noticed that. You can't hit the button on the mobile version. So what you have to do for now, because that button's not working on mobile, you have to manually scroll all the way back down on mobile until the blue button disappears. So like on mobile, you can't click the blue button. But if you scroll all the way down until the button disappears, it works the same way. We're working on making that button clickable on mobile devices. So if you see the blue button, just know you're not going to see new messages that come in. If you don't see the blue button, you're going to see new messages that come inside of chat. I love it, Dougie. I love it, Dougie. Let me heart it. Give me a big old heart. There we go, baby. All right, now it's 12 o'clock. We've been having some fun today, guys. Talking a lot of educational stuff, setups, alerts, quality alerts, right? With education behind the trade. So I'm gonna keep alerting stuff out as long as it's quality. Because again, the only time that I alert something, it comes with education and my name comes with it as well. So if I alert something, I better be willing to pull the trigger with my own capital. Because I'm not gonna call something out and watch you guys lose money left and right. So we've had a couple of alerts today. You know, with education behind it. PLX, we had 2, right? We had the 166 pullback, right? You guys got that. We had the cup and handle breakout. You guys got that. We had the rinse and repeat off 185. You had that. So we had 3 back-to-backs, right? 3 back-to-back alerts with education behind them. All 3 were winners. PLX is paying the team today, right? ATER, we had 1. Break of the downtrend, stops under 330, high day target, and then 390 target. That one just hit first target, you got paid. ATER. I never alerted anything with LLL. I have not alerted anything with SPI. I have not alerted anything with FRGE or BKKT or MULN, right? There's nothing there. The only alerts were TMC. I took the trade with you guys. We locked in profits. 3 alerts on PLX, all green. And then ATR, 1 alert, green as well. So out of the 5 alerts we've made today, all of them come with education. You guys know the setups, why we're taking them. We're building plans with you, entries, stops, targets, the setup, the education, right? So you understand why you're taking the trade. And they've been 100% today, guys. That's not bad, right? It's never really 100%. Usually it's like 50-50, 60-40, 70-30. But today, 5 for 5. Not bad. 5 for 5. Matt, I want to hit on this, Matt. He said, hopefully you have a healthy savings. When you need to make a trade to make a living, it means you may be forcing trades to make it happen. I'm going to give you a little bit of a backstory real quick for me. I was selling cars for a long time, and I wanted to get out of the car sales business. I was paper trading a lot. I was seeing success eventually. And then I started to trade real money. I would trade on my days off. I would say I'm sick and come in late to trade. Like I found a way to trade. And I was making good profits as a trader. And I said, I quit. I'm quitting. They're like, what are you going to do? I'm going to day trade for a living. You don't have what it takes. I'm like, yes, I do. I've been doing it for like 6 to 8 months consistently, building up profits, building up profits. Quit my job. The first month, I lost $10,000, a little bit more. And I freaked the fuck out. Excuse my language. I freaked out. It's like, what's going on? Like, I just spent 8 months. I just spent 8 months making consistent profits. I quit and I'm losing now. Like, what's going on? What happened? I went back to my job and they're like, see, we knew you couldn't do it. And I tried again for the second time, right? I was like, you know what? I got it. 6 more months went by. I'm making money. I'm like, what happened? I quit my job and I lost, but I'm consistent. So I quit. They're like, seriously? I'm like, I'm done. I'm done. I quit. They're like, all right, whatever. See ya. You're not coming back. I said, all right, fine. I'm not coming back. Literally, the first 45 days, I'm red. I'm like, what's going on? What is going on? And I really had to take a step back and think about it. I was doing exactly what Matt said. I was reliant upon my account as my main source of income. When I was actually trading on the side, my main source of income was selling cars. I still have to show up and perform my job duties and still make calls and sell cars, or I'm still making money. I was financially stable with my main source of income. Trading was just additional, right? But when I quit my job and I cut off my main source of income and trading became my main source of income and I had no safety net, I started forcing trades because I had to trade the day. I had to make money, right? It blacked me out. It really took a toll on my trading. I literally quit twice and went back twice. They let me come back that last time. I convinced the crap out of them. After they said, you're not coming back after time 2, I came back and said, I begged them for a job, basically. I went back. And then I realized what it was. I'm relying upon my account as my main source of income. So what do I need to do? I need to make sure I have my income set aside, 6 months or a year. I need to save up all this money, put it in my safe. So I know I can quit my job and not trade for a year, technically, and still pay my bills and still support my family. So what happened? I saved up all this cash, got like 8 months of income, right? In a safe, I'm paid up for 8 months. I quit and they're like, dude, you're stupid. I'm like, I'm out. Haven't gone back since. Because I know that I can go a whole month, 2 months, 3 months without trading and I'm still paying my bills. So that removes the emotions from your trading account. I no longer rely upon my trading account as my source of income. I have a huge safety net of cash paying my bills in advance. I could literally not trade for 3 months. My bills would be paid and I would not care at all, right? And that allows me to disconnect from my account. That allows me to come in and just trade the trades, right? Not trade for profit, but trade the setups. Trade to make great trades and the money will follow. So I've removed that emotional connection between me and my account. I don't rely upon my account for income. My income's already set aside. So what I do is I come in, if I see a good setup, I take it. If I don't see a good setup, I don't need a trade. I'm not forcing anything because I don't technically have to trade the day. I'm paying my bills. So that right there is huge. And Matt hit it on the head, right? Before you quit your job, make sure you have your bills paid in advance. The longer, the better. That's going to remove that emotional connection you have to your account and that connection of this is my way of life. This is my living. You have to remove those connections and then come in with a mindset of I'm here to trade the best setups and the money will follow. And if that means I don't trade for 30 days, so be it. I don't trade for 30 days, but I'm still taking care of myself, still taking care of my family, my bills are paid, and there will be opportunity in the market. And as long as I have that mindset, I will make consistent profits when the opportunities are there. Good job. Nice. And I like how Matt hit that on the head, because that's a real thing that happened to me. It maybe happened to Matt. It's happened to a lot of traders. A lot of traders go to do this full time and they fail. I failed 2 times, guys, twice. I failed. I'm like, dude, trading is not meant for me. But it was just preparation, right? Making sure you're prepared. And that's what everything comes down to. Everything comes down to preparation. Prepared to pay my bills if I'm going to do this full time, to not rely upon my trading as my main source of income. Scott said, you lit my fire. Yes, Scott stood up. I put a match under his butt. Woo! Lit his fire, baby. Let's go. All right, guys, dude, I'm sweating. It's hot in here. I got to go to Lowe's and buy one of those little portable AC units because my office gets hot. Got a 55 inch. I got 3,000 monitors. Dude, it's hot in here. I'm sweating right now. It is 82 degrees in my office, but the rest of my house is like 70 degrees. It's insane. It's hot. I'm gonna go buy one of those portable AC units because I am sweating my butt off. SPI, nothing. LLL, nothing. ATR, banger. PLX, this is where you start getting out of the trade. If you guys are in, you're no longer rinsing and repeating. You're no longer rinsing and repeating. Why? Why are you not looking to take this trade here? Right? It popped up from 185 to 195. Maybe you locked in profits. It's coming back down on the dip. And you're thinking rinse and repeat because we're in an uptrend, right? Why is this not a good idea to buy this dip? Why? Why should you not rinse and repeat here? Why is this not a great idea to buy this dip? What do you see that's kind of like iffy? You see something, you're like, this is a risky dip buy. This is a risky buy the dip, rinse and repeat idea. What do you see that makes this risky? A lower high. A lower high back down into the trend line. When we see lower highs into that down or that uptrend, right? Typically they crack. It's like on the 5th point of the trend line coming off of a lower high. This is the first time that we're putting in a clear-cut lower high. Like the clear-cut lower high, you see it, it's smacking you in the face. Like, okay, that's a lower high. Coming back down into that trend line for the 5th time. I would say 70 to 80% of the time, these trend lines crack and we go into a full-blown reversal and we start downtrending. So do you want to be buying right here on this pullback? I don't. Right? I don't. You already had 3 trades on PLX, right? You already had 3 trades. The retest of 166, the cup and handle breakout, that little dip, and that little pop. So you had 3 back-to-back winners. Right now, the odds are not in your favor. These are not 80-20 setups, 70-30 setups. Right now, it's a toss-up. Could it bounce and rip? Yes. Could it dump and crack? Absolutely. What do we see that gives us even the idea that this could dump and crack? It's coming into the trend line for the 5th time, off of a lower high, starting to signal a possible reversal. So I would say just hold off. And to top it off, it's 12 o'clock, guys. It's 12. There's like little to no volume. Things start fading and falling and really dying on off around lunch. So right now, enjoy your profits. Go enjoy some food. I'm going to Smoothie King. All right, that's where I'm going. I'm going to go to Smoothie King and get a nice little liquid meal replacement because I tell you what, Smoothie King can be making some good smoothies. So I'm going to go drink a smoothie. I'm going to talk to my development team, right? I'm going to get some lessons edited and stuff like that for you guys. Get them in the video lessons library. Add these new features that you guys want. We'll come back at 2:30, right? And we'll keep trading. But right now, lunch hours are for lunch, right? Go eat lunch, get disconnected, right? Get that food, fuel your body, fuel your mind. Get into the video lessons library if you're eager to trade. Just jump into the video lessons library and study up. I mean, we only have like a bajillion lessons in the video lessons library, guys. So if you're inside of chat and you're new to chat, just scroll right up to the top of the page. Go to video lessons library, click it, and now you have over 80 lessons. Now, there was like 120, and you're like, what happened, dude? 40 lessons vanished. I deleted them. We're going to redo those this month. All those old lessons that I deleted, we're redoing them. So dive into the video lessons library and just study up. I mean, you have pages and pages and pages of videos in the video lessons library. You can still use your time wisely and be productive. Lunch is meant for two things: lunch and studying, right? Lunch on a hot day, maybe we're here trading, but 90% of the time, from 12 to 2, we're studying, we're eating lunch, we're logging our trades, right? We're journaling those trades, and we're getting prepared for power hour trading. We're not trading because, again, there's just little to no volume. It's really risky, and it's really hard to trade over lunch. Because, again, 80 to 90% of the time, lunch is dead. Lunch is boring. There's no volume. So go eat lunch, disconnect. That's what I suggest. Or if you're like, screw you, Josh, I'm not eating today, dive into the video lessons library and study up. If you're brand new to the chat, I would say watch journaling your trades. That's a great lesson. Pre-market stock selection, fantastic lesson. And building trade plans. Watch the first, these four, right? Start with these four lessons. Journaling your trades, basic, important. Have a winning mindset. You guys want to have a winning mindset, watch that. Pre-market stock selection, eliminating the noise, being able to focus on the top 3 stocks of the day, and then building trade plans, right? That's going to build you a very strong foundation to grow upon. So if you guys are going to take any time to watch any lessons, watch those 4, and those are going to give you that really strong foundation to keep building on top of. All right, guys? So that's what you guys should be doing over lunch. I was in there this weekend and noticed ads popping up at the bottom. No, we don't have ads on the website. If you were in the video lessons library and you noticed ads, there shouldn't be any ads. Video lessons library. I'm confused. I was in there this week and I noticed ads popping up at the bottom. What were the ads? Because yeah, this is completely secure. We don't run ads through the platform. So you got me a little freaking out right now, buddy. You got me freaking out. Like ads, like I'm confused. What kind of ads were they? Where? Like actually in a oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, that's gonna happen because what we do is I mean, YouTube, guys. YouTube. I mean, that's the way to go. So it's YouTube. Yeah, so what I do is I have a separate private account for the chat room. So I have my public account that you guys are on right now on YouTube, right? Alpha Day Trading. Then I have a private YouTube account. That's where I push the live stream to you guys privately, unlisted, because I don't want people going out there and just finding the live stream and getting chat for free when you guys are paid members. And then I actually upload private unlisted lessons. So there are going to be ads. There are going to be ads in there. But again, as far as the lessons that are in the video lessons library, you can't find them anywhere else. Like all of these lessons, they're set to unlisted, they're private. You can't even find it or watch it unless it's in the video lessons library, right? So that's why I do it that way. But yeah, you're gonna notice ads in the videos. You're gonna notice those and just disregard them, right? Just disregard them. Chris says, Josh, we pay for ad-free content. Figure it out. I can create my own server. It's expensive. That's why I use YouTube, because creating your own video server, I mean, the chat room alone. Yeah, just the chat boxes that you type in, that alone was a little much. But no, videos, I mean, it's just a database, but setting the database up, it can be very time consuming, which costs dollars. So that's why I just prefer YouTube. Because I can set it unlisted, it's private, and it gives you guys the private member exclusive videos. But if you guys don't like ads and it's a serious issue about the ads, I can create a server. I don't mind, guys. I'm always willing to reinvest into Alpha Day Trading to make it 10 times better. So if you guys want our own in-house server where everything's exclusive and you don't have the ads and stuff like that, I can do that. That's not a problem. Yeah, and that's why I use YouTube, because again, it's free and I have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of gigabytes of videos, right? I mean, you think every video is 2 to 3 gigs each times 100. I mean, that's a lot of data, a lot of storage, bandwidth. It adds up quick. We're working on that Kit's King. So next Monday, you'll see that feature. So here, what we're gonna do before we end lunch, right? Because Kit's King brought up adding a tag to the videos in the video lessons library. So what Kits King wants, and I think this is a fantastic idea, is if you've already watched dojis, it'll give you a little thing that says, I've already watched it, basically. I've already watched it. So we're gonna add little tags, right? To show if you've already watched a video. So you know which ones you've watched, which ones you haven't. Is there any other big feature, right? Is there any other big feature that you guys wanna see inside of chat? I mean, we pretty much have it all. Video lessons library, organized playlists, the chat room is just on point in my opinion. Is there any other big feature you guys want? Because if we're gonna do a phase 2 rollout and we're gonna be working on a few things this week anyway, might as well add a few other items if you guys think that's important. So type those up inside of chat. I'll make a note, pass it along to the development team. And if there's a feature that's realistic that you guys want to see inside of chat or just the platform in general, or any bugs. Could be a bug, could be a small issue you guys notice, like the blue button on mobile. Anything at all, give me the feedback. I never take it the wrong way. I want feedback because it allows us to make the improvements. So just let me know. All right, guys, so we're getting ready to dive into lunch. Like you guys know, I'm going to Schmovie King. I'm going to Smoothie King. Gonna get a smoothie. Eat some lunch. Right now, watch PLX above 185. The trend line has technically been cracked, but again, if we take the trend line out, you could still see it may be a boom, boom, bang setup, right? So even though that trend line's been cracked, you still are in a strong uptrend. This is one big double bottom. Possible follow through for the break of this downtrend to get that next leg up the 2. So still watch PLX here. You're still watching ACER. I mean, that trade's pretty much done. It already went from 340 to 390. It already made that 50-cent move to the upside when we were risking 10 cents. That was a great 4-to-1, 5-to-1 setup on ACER. So you already got your target there. Just still watch it into lunch. LLL, it's not worth your time. SPI, not worth your time. MULN today isn't worth your time, but it may be Tuesday or Wednesday if it sets up. Same thing with BKKT. Intraday, not worth your time, but it could be later today, tomorrow, if it ever does start setting up as well. And then FRGE, not worth your time right now. So stocks to watch over lunch: ATER, PLX. It's that easy, guys. ATER, PLX, top 2 stocks to watch over lunch. If Twitter ever broke above 52, you can see it rip to 55. So what I would say is a break and hold over 50, you can run this up to 52 bucks. So breaking and holding over 50, your stops would be underneath 49.50. So you get a risk about 50 cents here, and your target is your 200-day moving average. That's $52. So if you break and hold above 50 and you go long, you can put stops right here at like 49.30, risk 70 cents, and you're looking to get $2 to the upside. So that's a 3-to-1 setup on Twitter, breaking and holding a psychological level of $50. You have room to $52, which is your 200-day moving average on Twitter, and you can put stops back below this level of resistance. So even if you wanted to risk $1 to give it a lot of breathing room, you still have potential to get $52, which is a 2-to-1 setup. It's still okay, right? So watch Twitter here for the break and hold over 50 up to 52. You could go as much as a $1 stop loss on Twitter, but an ideal stop loss would be back underneath that prior level of resistance of 49.50. Yep. So again, PLX, we were saying don't take the trade off the pullback, right? Because again, coming into that trend line off a lower high is pretty weak. So we said that's not a trade. A rinse and repeat, buy the dip for the next leg up, not a trade, right? So we already knew not to take that trade. But then, hey, it could set up for a boom, boom, bang. Did it ever break the downtrend? No. So did it ever give you confirmation to go long on PLX, back up the 2? No. Right now, we're in a full-blown downtrend. I would think we have room back down to 166. ATER levels. So again, you had that 331. I guess you could say right there around 350. 352, right? You had a lot of resistance at 352, resistance at 352, a lot of resistance at 352, and where did volume start moving in? Right through 352. So I bet money if you put a volume profile on ATER, one of the highest volume profile levels would be right there at 352, and 352 lines up with prior resistance. So 352 support on ATER, top resistance at 390. Now, if ATER ever breaks above 390, obviously $4, $4, but then you could see it up towards around 408. Say 408. So over 390, over 408, but over 408, that's when things can get interesting. And you could see it up towards around 450 and then 472, 475-ish. So yeah, right now 352 intraday support with room back to 394, 408, right? I see 408 being a level of resistance, 425, 450, and then 475. So it's pretty easy. Over 408, you're looking at every quarter. So 425, 450, 475, and then $5. I don't know. That's we got way too much time. So Kevin's question is it a good idea to get back in on PLX at 166? I don't know. It depends on what we look like at 166, right? If I say yes, and it comes down to 166 and it looks bearish, that would be a bad trade, wouldn't it? So yeah, I don't think I can say right now yes or no, because you still have so much time before it even gets back down to 166. Now, if it comes down to 166 and it sets up, then yeah, we'll talk about it at that point in time. We'll build a plan. We'll get our entries, our stops, our targets, the formation, what we're seeing, what we expect to happen. But again, I think it's way too early to tell. Is it a good idea or a bad idea? Right now, I have no idea, but let's see it set up a little bit more for us and develop a little bit more closer to the 166. And then let's see if we have a really good idea if that's a good time to be a rebuyer on PLX. All right, guys? All right, I got to jump off here. I got to get some food in me. I got to disconnect. I got 2 hours to wrap up a lot of stuff behind the scenes, guys. So enjoy your lunch. Good job and good work, traders. Keep up the amazing work. Way to start the first full week of April on a strong and profitable note. And like I said, with April showers, it's going to be raining with profits inside of Profits Chat. So keep those profits coming. Keep it raining. And I'll see you guys back here at 2:30 as we kick off some power hour trading and see if we can add to the bottom line and make even more profits, guys. All right, take care, enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you guys back here in about 2 hours. Let's end it the way we always end it, baby, in 3, 2, 1. Woo! Take care, guys, enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you guys back here right at 2:30 as we kick off that power hour trading, guys. If you need anything, let me know inside the chat. Until then, happy, safe trading. Be smart, trade safe, and let's make it happen, guys. I'll see you guys back here at 2:30. Enjoy your lunch, and take care, guys. Good afternoon, traders. What's up and what's going on, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. Some Power Hour trading. That's right, we got about an hour and a half until the end of the day, and we're gonna try and lock in some profits here if there's any opportunity in the market. So hopefully you guys had a great lunch. I know I did. I had a nice liquid lunch. I went to Smoothie King, baby, and that was the best smoothie I think I've ever had in my life. That was fantastic. So if you guys got a Smoothie King by you, check it out. Smoothie King, it's good stuff. Fills your belly up without tying you down. Haha. Anyway, guys, I'm messed up. I know I'm messed up. So anyway, let's talk about what we have going on this afternoon, guys. All right, so obviously we still have ACER. Doing okay. You know, it's not dumping on off. It's not giving everything back. It's actually trying to hold on up since around 12 o'clock. So what we'd really be looking for here on ACER would be a simple break over that high a day, getting up over 4, and we can start to see some action move into ACER. Looking at the daily chart, we do have some key resistance levels from 4 to 5 that we need to be mindful of. But first things first, let's actually see if we can get a nice little break and hold above high a day, really over $4, and see if we can get some action here with ACER. You never heard of Smoothie King? Oh, they're great. They're fantastic. If you're trying to lose weight, they got smoothies for weight loss. If you're on a keto diet, so like high protein, low carbs, they have smoothies on the menu for that. If you're just trying to do like a meal replacement, with not a lot of carbs, right? Something that's not going to slow you down and tire you up midday. I mean, it's perfect. I'm going to stop doing bowls. I used to go out and get bowls at Greenwise and have a bowl, but it's really carb heavy with a lot of rice, and it's just a lot of food that makes me tired. When I eat, I get tired. It's weird. So I still need to eat something midday. So I'm like, hey, smoothies, right? For like $10, you get a nice little medium-sized smoothie, and goes down easy. You get all the nutrients, the vitamins. You can add stuff to it, right? You can add like energy booster. You can add, stuff to help your immune system, and multivitamins. It's really cool. It's really, really cool. Definitely a healthy alternative to get yourself some food midday. So but yeah, it's good. Smoothie King, check it out sometime. So yeah, ATR, we know what's going on there. We need to really just see a nice little break and hold over $4. Support's back down around 350-ish right now at this point in time. If we start breaking above 390 and 4, you're gonna see these upper shadows on the daily, right? So you got like 408, 425, 450, 475, all the way up to 5, right? We were talking about that before lunch, that 4 to 408's tough. Over 408 becomes a little bit easier to see the stock move on up. You got 425, 450, 475, and then $5. So there is some opportunity here still with ATER at this point in time. ATER is definitely still going to be on high watch, guys. We're trading really good volume, trading 123 million shares. On average, the stock trades 3 million, so we have extremely high relative volume with ATER. Float, 26 million in float, so it's a pretty low float. And as of March 15th, 16% of the float was short, which was about, what is that? 25 million in float, 16% short. It's about 4 million shares short. As of February 15th, there were 6 million shares short. I like looking at some of that short data and the short interest there. So, I mean, it's not crazy high. If you start seeing things like 30, 50% short interest and you start breaking resistance, that's when things could squeeze. So as far as any kind of like short squeeze, breaking resistance to really fire this thing up, wouldn't really say too much, but again, there is some potential over 4 and 408 to really start making some decent moves to the upside. So we'll keep ATER on watch. If we do get rejected and we start moving lower, I would say support probably back down towards around like 352-ish is like decent support here on ATER. And right now it's just kind of sitting sideways. All right, that's it. Right now she's sitting sideways. Really not a lot to go off of. We'll just sit back and be patient and see if it sets on up. PLX is getting absolutely destroyed to the downside now. From a nice move out of the gate at 150 up to $2 right now. Currently cracking below that VWAP. A lot of selling pressure, a lot of selling volume, really starting to move on in. It's getting pulled really hard to the downside, right below this 166 level of support. So someone asked me earlier, is 166 a good buy? I said, I don't know. It really depends on what we look like around 166 if we do make it back down. to 166. Right now, looking at PLX, I don't like it here. I think we have more room to fall, a little bit lower possibly, back down into the 150s on PLX. So not a whole lot going on there, guys. JMIA was a nice slow grinder the first hour and a half of the day from around, what, 10:30-ish, 10:30, 10:50, hitting highs of 12.53. So nice little $2 rip there on JMIA, and that happened within the first hour to an hour and a half of the day. Since then, really just kind of sitting sideways, which is a good sign. Why is that a good sign, Josh, that it's just sitting sideways over lunch? Well, that means that you don't have a lot of people just taking profits, driving the price down. So the fact that it's actually holding on up, sitting sideways, tells me that we could still see some potential with JMIA. Right now, we have support right around 1169. Top resistance right around that 1253. If we break over top resistance of 1253, we could see it up towards around 1320 next, which is not bad. You know, you're talking maybe 50, 70 cents to the upside. And then a big clear shot all the way to like $14.80, right around 15. So let's keep JMIA on watch to see if it ever starts to give us a little bit more data, see it develop a little bit better, and give us an indication that, you know, we could break out. We could make a new high a day and possibly see it up towards around 13 to 1320. So we'll definitely watch JMIA coming into the end of the day, guys. A lot of you guys talking about NUTX. So what's NUTX? NUTX is a new IPO, right? So this is a newer IPO that was just listed on NASDAQ Capital Markets. Here's the thing about these newer IPO stocks is they're like the babies of the stock market, right? Like, boom, pop a baby out. That's what you have here, right? There's not a lot of data to look back on, right? I mean, $100 is resistance, $1 support. I mean, there's just not any data whatsoever to look back on to get an idea of where the stock could go, how low could it drop, right? So with that being said, you know, these newer IPO plays can be very, very rewarding, right? I mean, this stock went from $10 to $50. They can be extremely, extremely rewarding, but they could also be very, very risky. Imagine being the trader that was buying this at $50 and it's at 26 right now. That means you're down 50% on your investment if you haven't sold. It's a pretty big hit. That's a pretty big loss. So again, you got to trade these smart. You got to trade them safe. You have to realize these are high risk trades, but they could also be very high reward if executed correctly. So in UTX, new IPO stock, it's like the brand new baby to this world. There's not a lot of data to go off of. It's brand spanking new. I mean, technically, the sky's the limit, and this could go all the way to 50 cents if it wanted to. You just never know. So trade it smart, trade it safe, and don't put yourself in a position to be too aggressive and watch this thing dump, you know, $10 and you lose a lot of cash, a lot of money, right? So just be smart, be safe within UTX. We are going to watch it to see if it sets up, see if we get some more volume, see if it starts moving again. If so, maybe we have a little bit of a trade here coming into the end of the day. But right now, I would say JMIA is definitely going to be one of the top stocks that we're watching coming into Power Hour. ATER, most definitely. Not crazy about PLX, not crazy about MULN today, and not crazy about BKKT. But BKKT and MULN are still on watch for tomorrow as well. SOPA, SOPA! I love when SOPA is moving because I can say SOPA. Reminds me of like the Greek restaurants where they go Opa, flame and cheese. Say SOPA. So we got SOPA. Right now, getting a little bit of action. Let me drink some of my water real quick. All right, so SOPA, Friday's high was 353. You can see we tried to break it, we couldn't. Tried to break it, we couldn't. Broke it, fell below. Broke it, fell below. I mean, 353 has definitely been a key level for SOPA, but we're finally actually breaking above this level and staying above this level and trying to move higher into a new high a day. So SOPA right now, support 353, and that's going to be light support is 353. Room to 384. Anything over 384, we can see $4, and then the spiking high from the 22nd of March up towards around 450 on SOPA. Again, not a lot of volume traded on SOPA. The reason the stock even has any kind of attention today is we do have Argus Research Equity reporting coverage on Society Pass, SOPA. And then on Friday, looks like they had they released some of their Q4 2021 financial results. They're on SOPA. So we'll keep it on watch. You know, you're starting to see some volume move in. You're consistent now over 353, right? You weren't consistently moving on up higher when we broke here. Again, very choppy, very choppy, very choppy, right around that 353. But as long as that 353 can hold on up and we don't drop below that level, again, I say we have room to 384, 4, and then 450. So let's definitely keep this one on watch as well coming into the end of the day. So things right now are a little bit on the slower side, right? There's definitely not a lot of hot action. I mean, you got SOPA that's making a new high a day. It's definitely worth watching. You look at some of these other top gaining stocks, PLX, ATER, even NUTX over lunch hours, JMIA. Not a lot really happening. I would say right now the top stocks to watch would be JMIA because it's actually just sitting sideways, looking like it's trying to get a leg up. But look at ATER. It's actually starting to pull back. PLX, not looking all that great, right? But SOPA doesn't look all that bad. And JMIA doesn't look all that bad either, guys. So these are going to be the top two stocks right now at this point in time. SOPA, JMIA. So Twitter above 50, working its way to 52. But again, you really look back in hindsight, did you get a break and retest over 50? No. So maybe you took the trade, maybe you didn't. Because again, a lot of us were trading the breaks and the retests. We like a nice clean break, quick retest, and a follow through. We never saw that on Twitter, but right now Twitter never dropped back below that 49.50 prior resistance, held as new support, broke that key level of $50 and hit a high of 51.37. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Twitter hitting $52 by the end of the day, right? Because that's that 200-day moving average, and that's where I believe traders are looking to take this, about another dollar to the upside on Twitter. So let's do this. Let's dive through some of our prior day movers and see if anything else is possibly setting up. PIK, no. We already looked at MULN. We've been watching BKKT. Nothing with CELZ. Nothing with KXIN. Nothing with HYMC. FRGE is pretty much dead as well. LITM, dead as well. ISIG, nothing. ADGI. Nothing. DRCT, nothing. ISPO, nothing. IGMS, nothing. TELL. We'll keep TELL on watch for tomorrow. CLVS, not a lot. And then LGVN. I still think we keep LGVN on watch as well. So let's go ahead and clear out some of this watch list. Some of these prior day movers. Like ISPO, there's no reason to have that on watch. DRCT, I don't see a reason. ADGI, nope. ISIG, nope. Take that off. We'll keep FRGE on watch for a little bit. We'll keep HYMC on watch for a little bit longer as well. But KXIN can come off. CELZ can come off. EIK can come off. So what's left that still has potential? I would say LGVN. Still have this on a prior day mover list. This stock still has potential. CLVS, not too crazy about that. TELL, maybe, right? Nice break on Friday, coming back down and retesting that 594 level that we broke above on Friday. So we can see a nice little reversal back up towards around 654 and then 719 on TELL. So, I mean, that's still worth watching. I would say IGMS still worth watching as well to see if we ever get a nice little bounce on back up. Maybe FRGE, HYMC, BKKT, and MULN. So some of those stocks that I just listed, still on a back burner prior day mover list. And maybe one of these days we see some action and we see them set up for a nice little trade. But right now, we took about half of those off. And I'm looking at crypto-related stocks, and coins up about 2%, but that's about it across the board. OLB up about 3%, SOS about 2% to the upside. So it's kind of slow power hour. We had some great action today, guys. PLX was paying us left and right. ATER, before we jumped off the mic, paying us as well. But right now, the only two stocks that I see that are worth our time, currently at 247 on this beautiful Money Monday, SOPA and JMIA. You missed the moon ride from LGVN on Friday. We rode it for another $1.50 after you left. Awesome stuff, guys. Awesome. I made my money. I know a lot of traders did as well. We were out of there. But you guys that stuck around took another little trade on LGVN for $1.50. Those are some great profits. So good job, guys. For those of you that stuck around, that kept banking those profits on LGVN, way to make it happen, guys. Way to make it happen. And let's see if we can lock in some profits today. Again, small day. Like I said, I'm taking a step back from my main account. I'm not trading as much. I'm not scalping. Trust me, if I was trading my main account, there's a couple of trades I would have seen that I could have scalped. But, you know, trading more realistic size, more realistic trades, not scalping as much, right? Today I've had one trade on the day, and it was the that mid-candle breakout opportunity on TMC, and we caught it for about 13 cents to the upside. So, you know, small little base hit there today on TMC, but, you know, at least I feel like it's realistic, right? On a smaller account, that would have been a realistic trade on a smaller account. So we'll see how this week goes trading the smaller account with smaller size, and see if you guys like that compared to me trading my normal account. What is the entry point for SOPA? Well, we know where target's at 384. We know we have potential to get to 384. You had prior intraday resistance right around 353, so that's a level of support. But you could also hold that prior high right around 361, which it kind of is already, right? Look at that pullback right here into that prior high is 362. So we broke that prior high a day, 362. Nice little move up on increased volume. That's a sign of strength. That looks good. Pulling back on decreased volume into that level of prior resistance, holding as new support. So that was probably the better entry at 362. If you were looking to get in for that push up to 384, 362 would have been a good little entry. And maybe you add to your position at 353. But right now, I personally wouldn't touch it here because you're at high day. That's just me. Could it break another, you know, 14 cents to the upside and be extremely profitable? Absolutely. But we don't have any volume right now, and you're buying at high a day. I do not like buying at high a day, personally, especially in the market that we have. The market's not on fire. The market's not hot enough for me to be buying high and selling higher. I want to see a stock break, pull back, retest, then get involved, right? Then get involved. So with SOPA, you know, if we really show strength and we stay above 362, maybe that's an entry. But if we start cracking 362, you're going to fall back down to 353. but I cannot recommend buying at high a day, guys. I just can't do it. I mean, every now and then it works, but most of the time buying at high a day, you get caught up in a little bit of a dump on off. You panic, you sell, you take a loss, comes down to support, it sets up, it rips, and you're like, what happened? Right? What happened? Well, you're chasing high a day, the stock starts pulling back to support, you panic, you get out, then it sets up off support, and then it starts ripping. So how do you prevent getting in and getting scared out of a trade? Just sit back and relax. Don't trade the breakout. If it breaks out, watch it break out. Learn from the breakout. If it doesn't break out and it sets up for an entry off support, that's a much better entry. Lower risk, higher reward. SOPA. Right now, we're just kind of sitting back and relaxed. Looking to see if this 362 level holds on up, but I'm not crazy about just the volume on SOPA. I'm just not crazy about it. It's moving up, it's building higher highs and higher lows, higher highs, higher lows. But I'm just not really crazy about the volume and the type of movement that we have with SOPA. But like I said, technicals are technicals. Holding above 362, that's a decent little level of support. Again, decent, not super strong, but decent. And again, you're looking to try and catch an entry as close to 362 as possible. For the break over 370 up towards around 384. Now, if it starts cracking below 362, you could fall back down towards around 353, set up there, and then get a nice little rip and run towards it here into the day, guys. DRCT, I mean, it's just a random little pop, right? Random pop. So it's not really moving, right? It's just just a random volume pop. It bouncing off these lows a little bit. We just don't really have the action, the activity, the movement, the volume that we really need to see to get involved in a trade like DRCT. There's no news today. It's been falling since it gapped up. Last Wednesday, it's just been falling. It gapped up, Wednesday hit a high of 549, and since then just falling. From a daily chart, looking at the daily, it technically has room back down towards around that 260 level on DRCT. And intraday, that one little 5-cent pop isn't enough to get me excited, right? I want to be excited about a trade. I want to see a trade. I want to see a great setup, volume, the technicals being honored. That one little 5-cent pop doesn't excite me. The volume doesn't excite me. So if there is some buyers here, there are some buyers, and we see that volume move in and we see a little bit of a better setup, then yeah, get me involved. I'm ready. But right now at this point in time, just that one little pop in volume doesn't really excite me too much. However, you do have a potential 9 EMA VWAP squeeze formation, right? We've tried to re-break the VWAP in the 9 EMA throughout the entire day. We're finally finding a floor of support. We found a bottom right around 365. We did get back above that 9 EMA, and we have that VWAP as resistance. This could be a really nice 9 EMA VWAP squeeze formation here on DRCT. Now, what's a 9 EMA VWAP squeeze? It's where the stock is downtrending for a majority of the day, finding a floor of support, starting the U shape, getting above the 9 EMA, squeezing between the VWAP, and when that 9 EMA crosses the VWAP and the price breaks above on volume, we could see it really start taking on off. So that's a 9 EMA VWAP squeeze, and we want to ideally find these on 3 and 5 minute time frames. Ideally the 5 minute, but again, higher time frames, higher than the 1 minute. So we're starting to see that formation here, right? 9 EMA is support, VWAP resistance. That 9 EMA getting closer and closer and closer to the VWAP, squeezing the stock's price until eventually it could explode and start moving to the upside. So right now, DRCT, 375 support. If you close below 375, you want to be out of DRCT. But as long as that 9 EMA holds and you see price break above VWAP, and you also see some nice volume move in as well, and then that 9 EMA crosses above the VWAP, that's when things can get really interesting. You have room back to 4, and then possibly back up to 424 there on DRCT. But again, the volume doesn't excite me. The chart, right? Just looking at the technicals, the chart doesn't really excite me either. And again, if I'm taking a trade, I want to be excited, right? I want some excitement there, and this stock just doesn't really have it to get me excited right now at this point in time, but we'll keep it on watch on DRCT. So if that 9 EMA holds DRCT and we get that squeeze over VWAP, I mean, you could take a trade on that. Stops would be under 375. So right now, if you bought now, which I'm not saying buy now, I'm just saying if you did, stops like 374. If you start to see that squeeze formation and that volume move in, you're getting the confirmation, starting to get your buy signal. The stock is squeezing in this formation above the VWAP. That would give you right around a 385 entry. Stops are still 374, so you're risking about 10 cents. First target would be $4, second target would be $4.09, and then third target would be $4.24 on DRCT with bottom support right now. 9 EMA support, right around 374 is that 9 EMA, and that's the level that you want to see hold the stock up if we're going to get this 9 EMA VWAP squeeze. So right now, I don't really see a lot that I want to get involved with. I was thinking maybe a swing trade on MULN, but I think a better entry could be tomorrow or Wednesday with MULN. PLX, like I said, below that 166, doesn't look great. ATER. We'll still keep this one on watch, see if we can hold above that 350, the 352 level there on ATER. We can see it's trying to bounce. We can see it's trying to bounce here. So ATER above 350, it's a long. You can run it back up to high a day. Stops, you could literally put it like 345, right? So again, if you start to break back above 360 with some volume, that would be a buy signal. Stops below this prior low support, so you put a stop in at like 345. Maybe get a 360 entry. You're risking 15 cents, right? And you have about 30 cents to the upside. But your buy signal comes in if we start breaking and closing above 360. If we're not breaking and closing above 360, you don't have a buy signal on ATER. But if you do indeed hold this low, and you don't crack and close below 350, and you see a nice little break and close above 360, that's a buy signal with stops under low a day, and you have room to 390. All right, I gotta really use the restroom. I think that water that I just chugged a second ago hit me immediately. All right, so I'm gonna take a step out real quick, grab a drink of water. I'm gonna go drain the hose, drain the snake, whatever you want to call it. Give me a couple minutes, guys. I'm gonna use the restroom, and I'll be right back with you. Alrighty, we are good to go. And no, I didn't wash my hands. No, I'm kidding, I did. Right now, DRCT could be a trade, guys. DRCT could be a trade. I mean, very light volume. That's the one thing I don't like about DRCT is there's like little to no volume. But it may not take a lot of volume to get this thing going, you know, 20 cents, 30 cents to the upside. It has good reward to it, low risk, and there is a strategy behind the RCT. There's a formation, there's a setup, there's a strategy that gives you a reason to even consider trading it in the first place. Nice tight stops, decent reward. It's a 3-to-1, potentially 4-to-1 setup on DRCT. You just got to start seeing that break of the VWAP with some volume and start to see that 9 EMA cross above the VWAP as well. And again, we're looking at this on a 5-minute time frame, and this could start to be the move right here, right now, guys. You do not want to see the candle, right? You do not want to see a candle close below the 9 EMA. You want to see some volume move in for 409 up towards around 423. You want to start to see that 9 EMA crossing above the VWAP as well. That's another good buy signal. It's a good bullish signal. And you could definitely see a nice little 15, 25, maybe even 45-cent pop to the upside on DRCT. So that's going to be on high watch, but just be mindful. There's not a lot of volume. And that's the one reason I'm not too crazy about it, is the volume. But like I said, at the same time, right? Sometimes these stocks can move up on little to no volume. You just got to be mindful of that and build a plan around the lack of volume on DRCT. So why is HYMC starting to rip? This was a stock too. It's like, yeah, we'll keep it on watch. Don't take it off just yet. And out of nowhere, pretty big time volume starting to move in on HYMC, guys. HYMC trading 39 million shares. On average, it trades 47. Holy, that can't be right. That can't be right at all. On Yahoo Finance, the float, 41 million float. Short percentage of float, 1,342%. Really? It's saying that there is 1,000% of the short, or of the float short. Doesn't make any sense, does it? That's got to be mistyped. I mean, it is it's a short squeeze candidate like GFAI. It's a short squeeze candidate, HYMC, and then those other meme stocks, GameStop, AMC as well. So it is a stock that's being mentioned a lot for a short squeeze candidate, DRCT. And GFAI was another one on GFAI. Jesus, man, I get tired in the day, guys. All this talking and all this mental capacity and this brain power I use, man, it gets to me right around like 2, 3 o'clock. I'm ready to take a nap, baby. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. It says 1,342% of the float is short. That doesn't seem right. How much is HYMC up today? 4%. Let's go down here. 4% gainers, 4% gainers. Do we get in the fours? We don't get in the fours. All right. I was just looking to see if Trade Ideas had anything different for HYMC as far as short interest. But yeah, most squeezes happen around that 30 to 60%. Yeah, 100%. And that's when we saw IGMS. 53% was the short percentage of the float. And we saw that squeeze last week on IGMS. So I don't think that's accurate data on Yahoo Finance. It doesn't make sense. 1,000% short, that doesn't make sense. There's not a lot going on, is there, guys? There's not a lot. I mean, things are moving, but just because something's moving doesn't make it a good trade. So, I mean, right now at this point in time, ATER is the only stock that even looks relatively appealing. Quick little double bottom right off that 350 support. And if we can start seeing some volume and breaking back above 360, which we're seeing now, it's a good low risk, high, moderate reward, right? I would say high reward compared to the risk. You got from 360 to 390 potential. That's 30 cents a reward. What's your risk? About 15 cents, right? So it's not a bad little risk reward. You got at least 2 to 1 here. You break over the high of day up to 4, you're starting to creep into a 3 to 1 setup on ATER. From a setup perspective, but let's think strategy. Let's think chart formations, strategies, patterns, right? Do we see any like formation, strategy, pattern with ATER? Anything developing on the chart that suggests 80% of the time I work in your favor, 20% of the time I drop on off? No. Right now, it could just bounce off support and run the high day. It's a support resistance play, right? So, I mean, you don't really have the 80-20 odds that you want in your favor. Do you have better than 50-50 odds? Sure, right? You got a little double bottom right there off 350 support. So you are starting to increase your odds a little bit because you just put in market structure right off a level of support, like 60-40 odds. But as far as like patterns, formations, strategies that we've traded multiple times and we know how they play on out, we don't really have that in front of us to suggest like 80-20 odds, right? So, I mean, it's worth watching. It's a decent little risk-reward trade. ATER is in a nice little uptrend at this point in time. We just came down, bottomed off 352. We could see it slowly and steadily grind back up the high of day, but that's just about it, right? It's just a double bottom bounce, maybe a reversal on ATER back to high of day, but that's it. Bull flag? You don't have a flag. You don't have a inverse head and shoulders, right? You don't really have any kind of clear-cut strategy to really get those odds up. Just support and resistance. That's it. So currently, is this real-time data or text? Is that real-time data trendy? If so, I've never heard of Ortex before. That's a first for me. So you got some Benzinga Pro up there. Benzinga's great. Got some TradeStation going on. Love it. Ortex. Ortex is real-time. All right. Ortex, that's cool. I've never heard of Ortex. I'm gonna check them out. You like Ortex? Yeah, I'm gonna check it out for sure. Ortex. Looks pretty cool, actually. It looks really cool. gonna do some more research into it. So yeah, I mean, as far as like opportunities right now, it's 311 in the market. We were looking at GFAI, DRCT, but again, DRCT is just not doing anything. Technically got above that VWAP on a 5-minute time frame, but just little to no volume, and that was one of the concerns we had ahead of time with DRCT, was just the lack of volume. JMIA starting to crack below 12, looking a little iffy right here at VWAP. ATR, I'm kind of like 50-50 with it. PLX, there's like not a lot going on with PLX. MULN, again, I think this would be better for tomorrow coming into the Wednesday, maybe for a little bit of a swing trade on MULN. And then BKKT, still want to keep this on watch at the end of the day and tomorrow and Wednesday as well, because there is some opportunity here on BKKT. I was holding out for a rip on UNTX. You mean NUTX? NUTX? Gotcha. All right, so again, there's nothing that really anybody can say and give you like any kind of like great prediction, no data to go off of, support, resistance. These are purely high risk, high reward trades. These aren't the types of stocks that you go aggressively heavy in, because you just don't know what's going to happen next. Little to no volume, right? Traded 300,000 shares on NUTX, went from $10 to $52 with, again, little to no volume. And right now it's just kind of flatlining. So, I mean, that prior low, right? You're starting to get some data. That prior low that it just kind of moved off of a little bit was 23.48. So what I would say is below that prior low of 23.48, I'd be completely out. What you want to see is the start working its way back into the VWAP and then possibly break VWAP. But again, right now, there's just not a lot to go off of. Spreads are large, little to no volume. Do I think it could rip? I mean, it could. It's a new IPO stock. We've seen these newer IPO stocks rip, but could it dump? Yeah, right? Because we've seen a lot of these newer IPO stocks dump as well. So what I would say is next time around, have a plan, right? Definitely have a plan. And let's remove hope, right? Let's remove hope from our terminology of trading, right? We don't want to be hoping that a stock goes in our direction. We want to have a strategy in place that states, right? There's a strategy and we have high probabilities of the stock moving in our favor. So again, it's tough, Kevin, for me to give you a straight answer. I just don't know, right? I'd rather say I don't know than try and BS an answer. Like, I don't know. You're holding on for a rip. You're down a little bit on NUTX. What should you do? Before I get into what I think you should do, next time have a plan in place so you know what to do, right? If you would have bought it 25 and you said you had a $23 stop loss and the stock comes down to 23, you know what you should do. You should stop out because that was your plan, right? So I would say before I go into anything, make sure we have a plan in place before any trade that we take, and we're always going to know what to do next, right? Do we continue to hold a little bit? Do we bring your stop loss up? Are we taking profit targets? But what I would say is, do you want to risk it? If this stock were to drop right now from 25 to 20, do you want to still be holding this at 20 bucks? Do you want to be holding this at 17 bucks? Do you want to be holding this at $15, right? If it just dropped right now, $5, do you want to be in it? What would that look like for a P&L, right? What would your P&L look like? How bad would it be? What's that percentage against your account, right? So if you have a $10,000 account, for example, you cannot lose any more than $300 on a trade. So let's just say hypothetically your account's at 10K and you're in NUTX right now, right? And if NUTX were to dump to 20 bucks, that would be 10% of your account. Well, you shouldn't hold the trade because you would be exceeding that 3% threshold, that 3% requirement. So go ahead and do some math real quick. Say, all right, this is my account size, right? This is my account, X amount of dollars. 3% of my account is this much, okay, of a loss. Now I could hold the stock down to this price. So let's say your number's 21. So if I get stopped out at $21, my loss does not exceed 3%. And if you put yourself in that position to not exceed more than 3% loss on your account, and you just want to hold it at this point and just kind of hope it rips, but you're not losing more than 3%, I would say that's okay. Not the best approach, not the best way to trade, but I would say based on the situation that we're in, I would say that could be your approach. Number one. Number two, you say you screw it. I didn't have a plan in place. I wasn't prepared. I don't have an exit. I don't have a stop loss. I'm trading blind. If you're like, you know what, I'm trading blind right now, let me do the right thing and just cut it. Then you're just doing the right thing and cutting it, right? You're being disciplined to just go ahead and walk away from a trade that you're maybe gambling on. So again, there's a couple ways you can do it. I would say number one is get an idea of what 3% of your account is and get an idea of where that price is. If 3% of your account is it's stopping out at 20 bucks and you're like, you know what, let me just ride this. Let me just ride it. If I get stopped out, it's 3%, but if it moves on up, it moves on up, and we'll just see what happens. Or you say, you know what, I'm just gonna do the right thing and cut it because I don't wanna hold this down to 20 bucks, 15 bucks. I don't wanna hold this down to 10 bucks because that would really devastate me and that would take a big hit on my account. Make that good decision right now to go ahead and just say cut it. Or put a hard stop in the system, but make sure when you get stopped out, if you get stopped out, make sure that you're not losing more than 3% of your account. So hopefully that helps, right? Hopefully that helps. And again, right, there's one of two things that are gonna happen right now, Kevin. A, it's gonna dump and you're gonna be like, thank God I got out, I did the right thing. Or B, it's gonna rip, you're gonna be like, son of a gun, man, I should have held it. This is your mindset. Regardless of what happens next, you did the right thing, right? I think you did the right thing. And I would say if anybody else wants to hit on that, hit on it, guys. Do you think you did the right thing to just get out of a bad trade? Or do you think you should have held a little bit longer? Maybe been a little greedy. What do you guys think inside the chat? I would say regardless of the outcome, regardless of it going to $100 or regardless of it going to $1, I think realizing in the moment, hey, I made a bad trade. I think you did the right thing by just walking away. And we can learn from this and make sure it doesn't happen again. Right, Kevin? Right? We can learn from this as a learning lesson. Say, all right, this is what I did wrong. This is what I should have done differently. I'm not going to make the same mistake again. Next time, I'm going to do much better. Due diligence, much better preparation, make sure that I'm taking that blindfold off and I understand exactly what I'm getting myself involved with. And most importantly, I'm accepting the outcome of the trade. Whether that's a red trade, a green trade, break even, I'm going to accept the reality and accept the outcome. So learn from this and make sure that you apply that moving forward, what you learned, to not make similar mistakes in the future. And that's how we grow as traders, right? We're gonna make mistakes, right? We're gonna make mistakes, man. I still make mistakes to this day. I'm not perfect, but I'm able to learn from my mistakes and apply what I've learned the next trading day, the next trading week, the next trading month to prevent those mistakes from happening as frequently as they used to as a new trader. Get out and learn from the trade, 100%, guys. And he did the right thing because I've been in the situation as well. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to hold a little bit longer. And then it dumps to 20. You know what? I'm going to hold a little bit longer. It goes to 15. Fuck. You know what? Just a little bit longer. Maybe it bounces back up. Hits 10 bucks. You're like, I'm out. When you could have just gotten out at 25 bucks and said, you know what? Let me take the paper cut versus a big old loss. But I think you did the right thing as well. If you live to fight and if you live to trade another day, you win. Absolutely. 100%. Again, if you're new to chat, you're going to realize I talk a lot, right? I talk a lot and I say the same things over and over and over. And I just like, I'm trying to drill it into your head, right? And that's just me. That's just me. And how I educate, right? So if you're new to chat, you're like, dude, you answered my question one time. Why did you give me 10 different responses? Because I like to break things down differently. So if the first time it doesn't click, the second time it's not clicking, but then third time, the fourth time, you're like, oh, you rephrased it a little bit differently. It's clicking now. It's making sense. That's why I repeat myself a lot. Not to just, you know, make you upset. or anything like that. Like, dude, I'm a smart guy, okay? You can say it one time, I get it. As a new trader, I needed someone to repeat things to me like multiple times for it to actually sink in and click. So that's just why I do what I do. The times I hold and it works out, it's like only, 10% of the time. Yeah, 100%. The times you hold, it may work out 10, 20% of the time, but I would say that 80% of the time, you're doing the right thing by getting out, because most likely it's gonna dump on off. Look at GPS. Look at GPS. GBS. We have some GBS action. All right, so Zacks Small Cap Research issued a note on GBS with an $8 valuation. So sometimes you see these articles posted by Zacks Small Cap Research, and they get some initial action, but that was around 11 o'clock when that was posted. They're also doing a board review for glucose approval. They get institutional review board approval to begin trial for type 2 diabetes treatment. So you have that press release. You didn't really see much of a reaction. And then Zacks Small Cap Research with a little bit of an article issuing an $8 price target on GBS. All right, cool, Kevin. I always like to just let you guys know, because I've had a couple of traders reach out in the past. They're like, dude, I feel really like you're just talking down on me. I'm like, what do you mean? They're like, you repeat yourself over and over and over. Like, I don't understand it the first time. I'm like, dude, they're like, dude, Josh, I get it. You don't have to repeat yourself a billion times. I'm like, listen, I just do what I wish I had as a new trader, right? Some things I got right off the bat. And I'm like, oh, it makes sense. And that was cool. But they wouldn't repeat themselves, right? And there's a lot of times that they would say something. I'm like, I didn't catch that. Can you say it again? Yes. And they would give me the answer. I'm like, I still don't get it. Can you rephrase it? I'm like, dude, like, I've already explained it 2 times. Do you not get it? That made me feel stupid. That made me feel stupid. I'm like, no, I don't get it. I'm new. I need help. Rephrase it a billion times if you have to. That's why I'm here. That's why you're here, to help me. But they would get frustrated and not explain it over and over and over for it to really sink in and click. So just naturally, when I teach and when I educate, it's just a natural thing for me to rephrase things and say things over and over and over, because that's how I wish it was done for me, like 80% of the time, for it to really sink in, for it to really click. So yeah, that's why I do it. I just like to give newer traders a heads up so they don't think I'm like talking down or anything. It's just, that's how I wish I was taught and talked to as a new trader, because I would have learned so much better that way. Give it to me 10 times in 10 different ways, I'm really going to understand it. And thank you for that, right? That's what I would want as a new trader, and that's what I think a lot of new traders need and they want as well. So you're hitting a pretty good amount of resistance on GBS at 128 to 130. You have room to 147. You can see 147-ish. I mean, I don't know. I'd say 147, 150. I got you, JDOS. I got you. Leon, absolutely. Kevin, 100%. Trendy trader, backing me up. Appreciate it. So yeah, right now, I mean, we got GBS on watch. But again, quick little pop on up, right into resistance. The stock is overextended. The stock just literally ran from $1 to 133 without pulling back. The stock's up 30% without seeing any kind of profit taking, any pullback at this point in time, right? So what do you think is going to happen coming on up very soon? You're probably starting to see what? A pullback on GBS. Where could it pull back to? Prior intraday high of 108. So I'd like to see a nice little 108 pullback and then catch that for a move back up to high a day into the 130s. Now, if this stock is like super duper strong and it's not going to give us that pullback, your next target on GBS is 147 to 150, and then up towards around 160. Yeah, DRCT, It had opportunity. Right now, nothing. SOPA, lower high forming. You start coming back into support off that lower high. Watch for it to crack down the 353. Nothing really happening there. JMIA. Jesus, come on, dyslexia, man. Woo, dyslexia. JMIA doesn't look all that great either. NUTX. Again, I don't see anything there to really get involved with it. I think you just be buying it, hoping it moves. ATER is just still sitting sideways. PLX giving pretty much everything back. It's a pretty slow afternoon, guys. There's not really too much happening right now at this point in time, unless you guys see something that's clear-cut, beautiful setup, and you're like, Josh, you need to look at this. We're missing opportunities. Let me know. But again, I've kind of scanned through just about everything, and the only stock right now that's obviously ripping on up, that's moving on up, is GBS. But at the same time, the stock just ran from $1 to $1.33 without pulling back. Most likely going to pull back for us, right? There's going to be some profit taking. What?
Leaving for work.
You're leaving?
Yes.
Why? I gotta give the wife a hard time. What do you mean you're leaving? You didn't tell me what you're doing. No, I'm like, I don't care. See ya. See you tomorrow. Oh my goodness, guys. Right now, I mean, GBS is still ripping and running and taking on off, but who in their right mind is chasing this a high a day? 80% of the time you buy a stock at resistance, what does it do? It dumps. 20% of the time, it rips up higher. I'm not taking those 20% odds. Nope. Not taking 20% odds. Not greedy. Not chasing stocks. I'm going to wait for a pullback. Well, Beth, you can't just show up at 328 and expect to be of value, okay? You can't just show up at 3:30 in the afternoon and start posting up valuable content. You got to be in here at like 7 o'clock, Beth. I'm sorry. We got to ban you. We got to ban you, Beth. Oh, man. No, I'm just joking. What's up, Beth? Welcome. Welcome. Diesel Strong said, sorry, I was washing the grass. Can you repeat that? Moderna calls. Why would we know bananas? Moderna mRNA? So Moderna, what's going on with Moderna? Let me ask you guys this question, like on Moderna, mRNA, right? Does anybody see like a reason they would want to get involved with mRNA? Moderna, is there any headlines that suggest that mRNA could start to move back up? I know that, you know, COVID's still an issue in China. They shut down Shanghai last week. I haven't really paid too much attention to see if Shanghai is, you know, reopened, if they're still on lockdowns. Is it spreading like wildfire, right? Is there going to be more demand for booster shots? Is there going to be more demand for a different type of COVID vaccine because this new variant is just out of control? Is there going to be any demand for that? Again, I don't know, right? I'm a penny stock trader. I trade price action and intraday activity. I haven't really paid too much attention over this weekend. Is COVID still something that's escalating? Is there going to be demand for the booster shots? Is there going to be demand for a different type of vaccine for the new variant, right? Is it that bad? That could be a catalyst for Moderna to start moving again. It could, but again, I don't have that information in front of me. I mean, at my disposal right now to give you a good decision. Like, yeah, is Moderna a good time to maybe get involved? So GBS all the way up into that 150 level. Let the bad boy pull back for us. Let her pull back a little bit here on GBS. Where could we see GBS pull back to? I would say right around 120. What's that spiking high? Spiking high 125. Low of day there was at 126. So I would say, let's call it 126. I'd say 126 is the best level for GBS to pull back to and bounce off of. If it ever starts cracking below 126, watch for it to fade all the way back down to 109. But as long as we come down and bounce off 126, we could see it right back up to high a day on GBS. Yeah, 126 dip buy or a 126 reversal, right? We can definitely see some action and see some opportunity there around that 126 level. So I was listening to what he says. He's a pretty good analyst, and he's pretty spot on when he speaks, Ferguson. And he was just talking about the risk of the risk of recession has gone up substantially over the past couple of weeks. Even though the past couple of weeks we've seen the markets rally, he goes, the risk of recession has actually increased over the last couple of weeks. So he's a pretty good analyst. I like listening when he's on CNBC. So I just kind of listened to what he had to say, guys. So, anyway, guys, GBS, we just got to be patient, wait for the bad boy to come back down towards around 126 and set up for us. SOPA, never had any life left in it. JMIA, done for. I feel really bad for telling Kevin to do the right thing and get out of NUTX, but again, that could have easily dropped $6 as it shot up $6. So, again, just very risky biscuit stuff. I mean, you never know what's going to take place in this thing. Actually grinded on up a little bit, but it could have easily dumped on off back below 20 bucks. Mitch, I use a Merrill Edge for investments. Planning on joining your platform for more active trading. What platform do you suggest? I think I have a Fidelity account I can revive. Yeah, I use Fidelity. That's the account that you guys see right now. So I do have a Fidelity account that I'm trying to like actively day trade on the way I trade. Again, it's great for day trading, but if you're like super aggressive, very quick, it's not the best. Lightspeed is good for me. Cobra, Centerpoint Securities, these are going to be you know, just premium brokers for like really active day traders, the ones that are in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out quick with large position sizing. Fidelity is not really built for like active traders, like that active. But it is a good platform for day trading. TD Ameritrade is not bad. I know I have a lot of complaints with TD, but it's a good beginner-friendly platform to get day trading on. And then Weeble's not bad either. Again, Weeble and TD, again, they're not for me. But for a brand new trader, they're not bad whatsoever. Honestly, if you had a choice, I would say Fidelity, but Fidelity lacks a few things. Like Fidelity lacks the VWAP, right? Their charting's not the best. So come to find out, you'll probably use Fidelity for your orders and use TD for the charting. That's what I do. I chart with TD and I place my orders with Fidelity because the charting is not as good with Fidelity like it is with TD Ameritrade. But if you're just trying to find an all-in-one solution, like an all-in-one beginner-friendly solution, I can chart on it, I get all my indicators, and I'm trading on it as well, I would say Weeble or TD Ameritrade are your best bets. But if you can figure out Fidelity in the charting and you're okay with it, then I would say Fidelity is not a bad choice. If you're like, I can do TD for charting and then a different broker for executions, which broker would you recommend? I would say I would recommend Fidelity for your executions over Weeble and over TOS. Oh, you will, absolutely, because that could have easily dumped and you could have taken a big loss, and that would have been so much harder to get out of that hole. You have a teeny hole, right? It's gonna be so much easier to dig yourself out of that teeny hole versus a big hole, because again, that could have dumped on off just as quick as it started to slightly pop on back up here. But again, next time, just have a plan in place. Why are you buying? Like, why are you trading the stock? Why are you going to buy it? And if I do buy it, where's my stop loss? If the stock comes down to this level, I have to get out. If the stock goes up to this level, this is where I need to take profit. Have a plan in place, honor that plan, and just take that blindfold off, right? See clearly now the blindfold's off. And trade these stocks strategically with a plan. Keep your emotions in check, off the table, and just really accept the outcome, good or bad, on every trade. You do that consistently, you're gonna see those consistent profits, not just random profits. You're gonna see consistent profits. And losses, right? They're not just gonna be random losses, just grand here, $100 here, $2,000 here. You're gonna see consistent losses. You're gonna see consistent profits. You're gonna be on the winning side more than the losing side, so you're always gonna see those average, consistent profits at the end of the day. Also, when Josh I was never in it, Kids King. Come on, man. It only goes up when you get out. If you would have held it, it probably would have dumped. Or, like Steve said, when Josh gets out. Exactly, right? Whenever Josh is in a trade, he locks in his profits. The stock rips another billion gajillion %. So it is what it is. I do it for you guys. No, I just lock in profits when I have them. I like locking in profits when I have them. I can't tell you how many great trades that I'm like, I'm scaling out. I'm scaling out of this fantastic trade. It ends up stopping me out. And the trades, I'm like, these are okay trades. Let me just lock in profit. They rip. But I'm like, Guess what I got you at Target, ATR? Got you one of these. And they were buying one, get one half off. No, I'm kidding. But no, I just, that's the way I trade. That's my style, right? I get in, I play the price action, I play volume, I play the setups, into the moves. We start to see the move unfold and play out. I scale, scalp it. Lock in some quick profits. Every now and then leave a runner just in case it blows up. If it doesn't blow up, I'm locking in some quick, consistent profits. And that's the way I like to trade the markets. Yeah, I got you one of these at Target. Boom. And guess what? Today's your lucky day because they were buy one, get one half off. Stock market. No. That's just the way I trade, guys. Thoughts on AMC for a short squeeze? I mean, is there even a high short interest still on AMC? I thought a good majority of the short has already been covered. I mean, trendy. You got that really cool tool, Ortex. What's the short interest look like on AMC for Kamal? Or I'm sorry, Yared. Yared asking about an AMC short squeeze. The way I look at it is, that hype's been done and over with. AMC short squeeze, that's a year in the past, right? We got a great squeeze on GameStop and AMC. Since then, I don't see any other reason that there would be another short squeeze. I think the hedge funds, we pulled one over on them once. I don't think they're going to allow us to let that happen again. I think these moves are more traps, retail traps. That's the way I look at it. Again, I could be way off, right? But the way I look at it is last year, GameStop, AMC, short squeezes, right? Absolutely rip it, right? And we pulled one over on the funds, right? Retail one. The way I look at it is these are deep pockets on Wall Street, right? Deep, deep, deep pockets. Do you really think they're going to allow us to pull one over on them again? Or do you think they're going to try and manipulate the price action to bring in retail traders to crush the retail traders? I would say it would be the second one. Bringing in, trapping retail traders in, still thinking that there's hope for a squeeze and just dumping on them, dumping on them, dumping on them. I don't know. Again, you guys know me, I'm a little biased when it comes to AMC and the short squeeze stuff. I would just say it's a trap for retail traders. I'm trying to look at this picture you posted, and I don't see what I'm looking at here. So yeah, that's just my perspective, and I think really outside the box. If I was a multi-million, potentially billion-dollar hedge fund, and I got screwed over because I was heavily short on AMC and retail traders caught on and squeezed me out, and I took a big loss, and I have deep, 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 deep pockets like that, what am I going to do? I'm going to find a way to make it back. I'm going to find a way to stick it to the retail traders like they stuck it to me. I'm not going to give them another opportunity to re-stick it to me. I'm going to find a way to stick it to them. So I'm going to manipulate the price action, and I'm going to create a lot of what looks like the next big, short squeeze, right? Which is a retail trap, a bull trap, and then just drive the price on down because I got deep pockets to do it. I don't know. That's my mindset when it comes to things like that. No, you're good. You're good. But again, I want to look at the facts, right? That's just my 2 cents. I just want to look at the facts. So what are the facts on AMC? Is it really still saying that there's 500 million shares short, 99.74% short? There's 500 million shares outstanding with 515 million shares short. You guys know me. I don't really feed too much into short squeezes and the hype. What really brought hype in with to the stock market with AMC and GameStop, I don't really feed into that. I'm not saying anybody's feeding into it. You're asking a legitimate question. Is there hope for AMC to go on a short squeeze? I'm the type of person that I don't know. Right? I don't know. I don't put that much research and that much thought into the stats, the facts when it comes to like AMC and GameStop, and are these stocks heavily shorted? Could they squeeze again? What's gonna get the squeeze going? Blah 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 blah. I just trade what we see in front of us. Day trade it. We were trading AMC last week. We were trading GameStop last week when there was intraday opportunity. Over the past 5 days, there really hasn't been a lot of opportunity here on AMC. I'm not a big swing trader. I'm not a big let me buy and see if it squeezes type of guy. And again, I don't really feed into that, I guess, and really focus on, the next big short squeeze. So again, I wish I can give you an answer. I don't know. Is it possible? Yeah. I mean, if there's 100% of the short float still, then yeah. Could you see a short squeeze? 100%, 100%. But we got to start moving on up in the first place. We're going to have to start to see buyers outweigh the sellers, right? Number one, we have to have more buyers and sellers that really start driving the price up and start breaking above some of these key resistance levels. Depending on where a lot of these shorts are at, if we start really exceeding those levels and they have to be forced to cover, then yeah, you could see a short squeeze. Technically speaking, you could. But where are shorts in at? What's the average price for a lot of these shorts? What levels do we have to start breaking above for these shorts to be underwater, to where they feel the pressure, to where they may be forced to cover, which in turn will shoot the price of the stock up. Again, I don't have enough data, but what I'll do tonight for you is I'll do some research on AMC, GameStop, the short squeeze thesis, and see if I can gather more information about maybe what some other really experienced traders are thinking that may have done some due diligence and some research and have more of an understanding on AMC and the potential that it has in the near future. Oh wow, Ortex has a lot of data. Wow, there's a lot of data with Ortex. I'm definitely gonna try out some Ortex tonight, see if I can get some more info on it. But yeah, it looks like there's a lot of good up-to-date data with Ortex. Yeah, Yared, I just wish I could be more of help, man. I really wish I could. But I mean, completely honest with you, I don't really even pay too much attention to GameStop and AMC because I'm not a fan of how GameStop and AMC brought a lot of these trading mentors in. You guys know me and my opinion when it comes to that. So again, that's why I'm not the type of person to really talk AMC, GameStop, short squeeze. I'm like, I'm just gonna do my own thing. You guys want to talk AMC, GameStop, and bet on the next short squeeze? Go for it. If it rips, it rips. I'll make some money on it. But that's not where my focus is. I'm not gonna spend all of my time and energy focusing on GameStop, AMC, because again, it already gave me a bad taste in my mouth on those two stocks. Not the two stocks ripping. That was great. We made money, but how it allowed these trading mentors to enter the space and take advantage of newer traders. And that's why I don't feed into the whole AMC, GameStop stuff. But again, for my team, you have a question, you're really wanting to know what I think, I'm going to do some research tonight and actually come up with a more of an idea on what I think could take place. And I'll do that for you guys. Absolutely. Did it bounce off 126? Nice. Yeah, just nail your dips at 126, right? 126, dip buy, bounce. Look at that. Boom, boom. Got a quick little 14 cents out of it, guys. Nice. We got someone that said they put a limit order at 126, hoping to get filled. You just got filled. Trim a little bit of profit. You know, it just bounced up 14 cents in your favor. Again, it's never a bad idea to lock in some kind of profits, right? That's 10%. Right? At 126, 10% would have been 12 cents. You're up 12 cents from your entry. That's a 10% profit in 3 minutes. Lock in something for me, please. Right? Just because the stock shot up doesn't mean it's going to continue the rip and run. What if it drops on back down and goes negative? Lock in some profits, put yourself in a profitable position, leave a little bit on the table with a stop at break even on GBS. And if we can break over 150, I would say you're good to go up to... Yeah, 126 was a great dip buy level, guys. I would say that you could get to that 160. 160 to 167 next on GBS, breaking high a day. You guys got executed on GBS at 126. Nice job, guys. Way to buy the dip. Way to start locking in some profits. I mean, shoot, you're up about 20 cents a share right now. No. Yeah, so I was answering questions, so I missed it. But again, that's why I'm very thorough with breaking these trades down and these levels down, so you don't miss them. We got a couple traders over on YouTube that hit it right at 126. Steve, computer froze at 128. Dang. Yeah, so we both missed it, but it's okay. It's cool to see it play out. So what can we do from this? We can learn from this. How did I even get 126? Like, where did I even come up with 126? Right? Learn from it. Understand how I even nailed 126 on that being a good dip buy level. Right? And learn from this. Even if you missed the trade, learn from it. So next time you see a similar setup, what can you do? You're already one step ahead. You know exactly how to place that order, how to get in, stops, targets, what to expect, what you should see take place. So again, even if you missed the trade, it was a good learning experience, a good learning lesson for the next time you see something similar, how to take advantage of it. Yeah, 126 was the spot. There was 3 separate reasons. There was 3 reasons of 126. All right, you guys are like, how did you even come up with it? There was 3 reasons. Spiking high from the 21st of March. It was also the low of day from that nasty red day, right? We like to look at extremes, right? Extremes. Highs a day, low a day, right? Extremes in price. And if you get an extreme, that price, and it lines up with other days, that just revalidates your thesis of support and resistance. So again, you have that extreme, which is 126 high a day. You had your low a day off this massive red day. See that massive red day where it dropped from 164 all the way to 126? That was a pretty massive day, and it landed right at 126. The spiking high from the 21st of March was right at 126. So you have a couple separate reasons coming from the daily chart that suggest 126 could be a great level of support. But what do you see intraday? I'm not going to give you the answer, but what do you see on a 1-minute time frame that also suggests 126 could be a good dip buy level? Right? You know where I got 126 from the daily chart. I have 2 points in time, 2 different days where 126 was an extreme, either a high a day or a low a day, right? So I'm already seeing that level from the daily chart. What do I also see intraday that helps support 126 being the best dip buy level or the best level of support? Throw GBS on a 1-minute time frame and look at the 1-minute time frame around 126. What do you guys notice? We talk about these candles all the time and how I love these candles. The hiccup area, Kit's King. Yep, a hiccup candle, right? I mean, that's not the actual term for those candles. I made it up, right? But it works, right? We all know what it is, what it represents. It was the hiccup candle. Strong uptrend, stall, like it hiccuped, took a break, right? Stalled for a minute and then continued its uptrend. So that little teeny red candle, right? Where was the lower shadow of that little teeny red candle? Right around 126. You can see the hiccup area was right around 126. And that hiccup area intraday lines up with 2 extremes on the daily chart. So you just add those together, you got a very good level to see nice action off of. In this case, a nice dip buy opportunity. You got about 20 cents to the upside. So let's say the stock cracks below 126 and it starts dumping. Where would the next best level be for a possible dip buy, right? Well, let's start with the daily chart. Do we have any extremes, right? We want to find extremes. So here's a spiking high. There's an extreme right there around 109. There's a spiking high. There's an extreme. And here's a couple very close to low of days, right? Low of day was actually 105. And here's a doji, right? Dojis indicate indecision, right? So that was an indecision candle. But dojis can be used a year out, 2 years out, 3 years out. So I also noticed this doji with some low of days, some extremes, some high days, some extremes, some high days. So I'm going to try and grab this price level right here. I'm going to try and line it up with all of these price points, right? So again, that low a day, the doji, this high day, and that high day. I'm going to try and line this up with as many of these extreme points as possible to really gauge the next best level. So I would say right around 107, low of day, the doji low of day, spiking high, right around 107. It was also right around the first hiccup candle. Not a significant hiccup candle because the volume wasn't significant at that point in time. So I wouldn't really be utilizing that red candle as a hiccup candle because the volume wasn't significant. Why were we using this hiccup candle as a valid hiccup candle? Because the volume leading up to that was significant. The volume leading up to the stall was significant. The volume after the stall, after it continued its trend, was significant volume as well. So I wouldn't use this one right here as a significant hiccup candle. This one, absolutely. I would use this one because volume increased, we stalled, volume increased after the stall, another stall or another hiccup, and then volume continued to increase after that one as well. So if this were to dump below 126, I would say I would try and nail this as close to 111 as possible, between 107 and 111. I would say 111 because that's our intraday hiccup candle lower shadow. that also puts us pretty close, not to the penny, but pretty close to some of these daily extremes, right? Some of these daily extremes, I would say the average is right around that 107 to 108, but our intraday hiccup candle is right there at 111. So I would say between 108 and 111 would be a great dip buy opportunity, just like 126 was, right? Same reasons, grabbing all this data, grabbing this price level from the daily chart and adding it in to our intraday candles as well. And we could see 108, upwards of 111 would be the next best dip buy level here on GBS. And honestly, I'd bring it down to 109, right? Screw the hiccup candle. What else do I see? It was our first little spiking high today, right? First spiking high, 109, right? 109. We broke with volume over 109. 109 lines up really nice with all of these low of days and high of days. So I would say 109 is probably that sweet spot, right? You could see 111, it could be 107. What's right in the middle? 109. What else is 109? Spiking high of the day. So I got a prior spiking high intraday, old resistance, new support, pretty darn close to this hiccup candle, and it's very darn close to all of these extremes on the daily chart. So I would say if this thing just dumps on off below 126 and starts crashing down to 109, that would be a good dip buy level, just like this. Dumping on off, selling on off, down to the 126, beautiful little dip buy level. So that's how we identify these dip buy prices, right? We start with the daily chart, really try and fine tune that, dive into our daily chart, try and fine tune that, find multiple separate reasons that's a good level, and that's how we nail those dip buys. Sometimes to the penny, just like GBS, we kind of nailed it to the penny. All right, guys, so what time is it? 1:50. Let's go ahead and get those after-hour scanners up. So you guys are all set, ready to rock and roll for this evening. I hope you guys enjoyed Free Stream Monday. Moving forward, free streams will be randomized. Post-market. They'll be random. Could be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Really just depends. But a lot of these free sessions, guys, are going to start to be hosted inside a chat. So instead of coming to YouTube in the mornings and being on YouTube, this will give you an opportunity to come to the platform, right? A limited introduction membership. It'll give you the same access you get now. 45 minutes streaming in the mornings to break through what stocks we have for the day to get you guys prepared. So everything that we do on YouTube, right? You can ask me questions. We do free streams every now and then. You get access to the live stream. You can chat with traders and we can communicate. You'll actually get a little bit more over on the platform, but you're not going to lose anything, right? So you still get your free stream. You can chat, ask questions, get a response. You can now actually engage with members inside a chat for 45 minutes, absolutely free in your own little room. So there's a lot of stuff coming, guys. So I'm really excited on what we have coming on up and some of the changes that we're making, but it's only going to be a more value and a better experience to you guys over on YouTube. All right, until you actually become a member inside a chat if you ever want to make that step. So we'll have more information about that coming on up. But again, I hope you guys enjoyed today's session. It wasn't the hottest day in the market. It wasn't the most action-packed day in the market, but there was enough opportunity to make profits, right? There was enough opportunity in the market to lock in some consistent profits. Dougie Fresh, 125 on the day. Addy, 502. Kit's King, 435. Charles, up 0.7%. His goal is 1% a day. Cole finishing up his first green month. Me, on my smaller, non-aggressive account, 130.69 on the day. I'll take it. Nice little base hit. Nice little way to make it happen to lock in some great profits. So good job and good work, traders. Keep up the amazing work. Keep making me proud. Keep locking in those consistent profits. Have a great Money Monday night. Trade smart and post-market. Trade safe if you guys are here. If not, wrap up your day, recap, journal, and log your trades. Get prepared for tomorrow, and let's make Tuesday even better than today. So enjoy your nights. If you guys have any questions whatsoever, drop me a message here inside of chat. Live stream is open until 7 o'clock. You guys got about 3 more hours of post-market activity. Scanners are now live. You guys are all set, ready to make it happen. Trade smart, trade safe. Make me proud. I'll see you guys back here at the start of pre-markets, 7 a.m. as we kick off Money Tuesday. And we're gonna make Money Tuesday even better than today. Take care, guys. I will see you tomorrow morning. Let's end it the way we always end it. I'm just waiting for them to stomp on the ceiling. Because the last few days I've been yelling, they've been like stomping on the ceiling. I'm waiting for them to stomp, and then I'm gonna scream. Because I wanna get to them. They stomp all night, I'm gonna scream right now. Nothing? Nothing? Let's end it the way we always end it. In 3, 2, 1. Woo! Have a great night, traders. Way to crush it. Way to make it happen. Again, if you need me, type me a message inside the chat. I'll be in and out of the office until about 7 o'clock this evening. Take care. Trade smart. Trade safe. I'll see you guys back here tomorrow morning right at 7 o'clock. Have a good night, traders, and take care, guys.